nursery and slaughters his 8-year-old son and 7-year-old daughter. Then, he stands in the center of the hallway and turns the blade on his own throat. I stopped polishing the brass casing of the gauge. The metal suddenly felt like ice in my hands. I looked at the fire, feeling that familiar, heavy weight settling in my stomach. There was one survivor, Victor continued, his dark eyes tracking the newsprint. The eldest son, a boy of barely 10 years old, who hid inside a cedar wardrobe. The police found him hours later, covered in the darkness of that closet. The journalist, in his infinite, arrogant wisdom, notes that the child is suffering from severe hysterical shock. The boy told the constables that it wasn't his father holding the knife, Victor sneered, crushing the edge of the newspaper. He claimed he saw a demon inside him, looking out through his father's eyes, right before the man killed himself. A tragic break of the mind, I said softly, the rationalist in me desperately grasping for a mundane explanation. The poor boy watched his family die. His brain is simply creating a monster to explain an inexplicable human evil. It is just trauma, Victor. The newspaper rustled sharply as Victor lowered it entirely. His dark, piercing eyes locked onto mine, completely devoid of warmth. The human mind, Victor said, his tone dropping to an icy whisper, does not accidentally invent the precise methodology of a bloodline purge. You are thinking like a policeman, William. You are looking at the blood and ignoring the mechanics. Victor stood up, tossing the newspaper onto his desk with a heavy thud. Demons of that caliber do not drive a host to suicide on a whim. They are parasites. They need the meat to interact with the physical plane. If the father killed himself, there are only two logical occult explanations. He began pacing the room, his mind connecting the invisible, horrific dots. Either the man's soul fought back in its final, agonizing moments and regained just enough motor control to destroy the vessel and stop the slaughter, or the entity simply finished its primary ritual and discarded the shell. Victor pulled a blank piece of parchment and a fountain pen from his drawer. He began to write with rapid, aggressive strokes. "I am sending a wire to Father Gabriel," he commanded, not looking up from the paper. "I am telling him that I believe I have found the footprint of an ancient hunger, but I am not yet certain of the shape of the boot. I will tell him to keep the red record close and to remain in absolute standby. Once you post this, William, we are going hunting." The flat was silent, save for the heavy, rhythmic thud of thick, leather-bound books being dropped onto the wooden desk. Victor had pulled the Lemegeton and a crumbling, water-damaged copy of the Munich manual from his locked cabinets. The air grew thick with the smell of old dust and decaying vellum. He aggressively turned the yellowed pages, his finger tracing lines of faded Latin and obscure, jagged sigils. "Classification is the only armor we have," Victor muttered, leaning over the text, the firelight catching the sharp angles of his face. What kind of entity feeds on the absolute destruction of its own bloodline? The slaughter of the wife is the desecration of the bond. The murder of the youngest children is the harvesting of innocent terror. Victor stopped. His finger hovered over a dark illustration of a formless shadow. But the eldest boy, why leave him alive? He looked up, staring at the blank wall. The silence in the room stretched, growing heavier by the second. "It didn't leave him alive out of mercy, William," Victor said, his voice dropping into a dark realization. "It left him alive because the ritual was interrupted. The father's suicide prematurely severed the entity's anchor to the physical world before it could consume the final air." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, the ambient temperature of the room suddenly feeling inadequate. Which means it isn't over, Victor snapped, slamming the heavy tome shut. The sound echoed like a gunshot. The boy is the final loose thread. The entity has tasted the blood of his family, and it is currently trapped in the ether, starving, waiting for an opportunity to finish the meal. It needs the last of the bloodline to finalize its manifestation. Victor turned to me, his face a mask of absolute terrifying resolve. To know exactly what we are hunting, I need to know the atmospheric pressure of that hallway. I need to know if the boy smelled ozone, sulfur, or rotting earth. I need 5 minutes looking into that child's eyes to see what kind of shadow is reflecting back at me. He pulled a folded police dispatch from his inner pocket. The newspaper states the boy is being held for psychiatric observation at St. Jude's Juvenile Center. He is under the protection of the Metropolitan Police, locked in a sterile room with doctors who think they are treating a common nightmare. Victor reached under his desk and hauled out the heavy leather duffel bags. He threw one violently at my feet. "Pack the iron powder, William," Victor roared, throwing on his heavy black coat. "Pack the salt, the silver, and the etheric gauges. We are going to break into a heavily guarded state asylum, and we are going to do it before the sun sets. Because tonight, the police think they are guarding a traumatized child from the press, but we know the truth. They are guarding an open door, and something massive continues turning the handle." St. Jude's Juvenile Center did not smell of the abyss. It smelled of carbolic acid, boiled cabbage, and the specific, suffocating sorrow of abandoned children. As we walked down the dimly lit, sterile corridors, the harsh glare of the electric bulbs felt far more oppressive than the fog outside. My heart hammered aggressively against my ribs, anticipating the sudden drop in temperature or the sickening scent of sulfur. I had my hand deep in my coat pocket, my fingers tightly wrapped around a pouch of iron powder. But Victor walked beside me with the terrifying, unhurried grace of a man taking a Sunday stroll. "Scotland Yard, Special Investigations," Victor stated, his voice completely devoid of hesitation. He flashed a forged leather credential at the exhausted, heavy-set constable guarding the heavy oak door at the end of the hall. "We are here to evaluate the survivor. You will wait at the end of the corridor and ensure we are not disturbed." The constable, barely staying awake on his feet, merely nodded and shuffled away. In this city, a sharp suit and a sharper tone could unlock almost any door. Victor turned the brass knob and we stepped into the small, windowless observation room. The boy sat on the edge of a narrow iron bed. He was so pale he looked translucent, his knees pulled up tightly to his chest, staring blankly at the gray plaster wall. He did not flinch when the heavy door clicked shut. Victor approached the bed slowly, taking off his wet hat. He did not speak to the child with pity. He spoke to him with respect. The shadow that wore your father's face, before he took the knife to himself. "Tell me what it smelled like." The boy slowly turned his head. His eyes were completely hollow, stripped of all childhood innocence. "It didn't smell like my papa," the boy whispered, his voice cracking. "It smelled like wet, burned dirt. And his eyes were like old yellow paper." I instinctively reached for the brass gauge in my inner pocket, fully expecting the needle to violently spike. I braced my boots against the floorboards, waiting for the shadows in the corners of the room to stretch and attack. "Put the gauge away, William," Victor said, standing up perfectly straight. "There is no magnetic surge. The room is entirely clean." "But the entity," I stammered, looking frantically around the small space. "If it is starving, if it needs the boy to finish the ritual." "It does," Victor interrupted, his face hardening into a grim mask. "But it cannot simply walk through the walls and take him. It is currently disembodied, floating in the ether. To consume a human soul, an entity of that caliber must find a new, weak vessel to wear. It must slowly corrupt a new nervous system, integrating with the marrow and the mind to break the laws of physics. That incubation process takes exactly 7 days. Tonight, The boy is perfectly safe. But a week from now, whatever new meat the demon has chosen will come for him, and it will be unstoppable. I looked at the fragile child on the bed. Then we cannot leave him here. When the incubation is complete, the constables outside won't stand a chance. It will slaughter the entire ward just to get to him. We are not leaving him here, Victor murmured, turning his back to the boy so he wouldn't hear. But we cannot drag him out tonight. The police would lock us in the nearest cell, and the demon would simply walk in and feast on him in state custody. We are going to steal him, William, and we are going to do it legally. Legally? How do you legally kidnap a ward of the state? Victor let out a short, humorless breath. The Metropolitan Police runs on rigid procedure, but it is entirely fueled by greed. I know a desk sergeant at the precinct, a man who owes me a considerable debt and possesses a spectacular lack of morals. First thing tomorrow morning, we buy the necessary transfer papers. We forge a mandate moving the boy to a specialized care facility under our direct supervision. Victor pulled out his pocket watch, the silver casing catching the harsh electric light. Once we have the boy, we take him out of the city. We take him to St. Edmund's Monastery. It is consecrated ground. The earth there is poisoned with centuries of relentless prayer. It will not kill the entity, but it will severely suffocate its power when it inevitably comes knocking. Victor turned toward the door, his mind already racing steps ahead of the nightmare. We leave now. We must find the nearest telegraph office before it closes. I need to send a wire to Father Gabriel. The clock has started ticking, and when that demon finally finishes its incubation and breaches the monastery walls, we are going to need the red record to send it back to hell. There is a specific, agonizing terror in waiting for a monster that refuses to show its face. The human mind can brace itself against a sudden roar in the dark, but it begins to fracture under the weight of absolute, uninterrupted silence. It had been exactly 7 days since the Bloodline massacre in Surrey, and 5 agonizing days since we had locked the boy inside the ancient, consecrated walls of St. Edmund's Monastery. Father Gabriel was there, pacing the stone corridors with the Liber Rubra Senti clutched tightly against his chest. Victor had arranged his iron perimeters, calibrating his magnetic gauges to detect the slightest shift in the ether. We were armed. We were ready. But nothing happened. There were no shattered windows, no demonic voices echoing from the shadows, no sudden drops in temperature. The silence was deafening, and it was driving me slowly, methodically insane. The entity did not attack the monastery, but it made absolutely sure that we knew it was watching us. The signs began subtly, a creeping sickness that refused to cross the threshold, but infected the margins. When the boy walked through the monastery's inner courtyard, the ancient, resilient grass withered and turned a sickly, necrotic black exactly where his shadow fell. On the 3rd morning, when Gabriel drew water from the stone font to bless the iron seals, the clear liquid ran thick and tasted overwhelmingly of rusted copper and old blood. But the most terrifying manifestation arrived on the 5th night. I was patrolling the lower catacombs beneath the boy's room. I heard a soft, dry whispering sound, like dry leaves scraping against cold stone. I raised my lantern. Slithering out from the microscopic cracks in the foundation were dozens of thick, black serpents. They did not hiss. They did not attack. They simply coiled perfectly still on the freezing flagstones, their unblinking, glassy eyes staring straight up toward the ceiling, staring directly at the floorboards beneath the boy's bed. "It is sending us a message," Victor said, standing beside me in the dim candlelight of the corridor, looking down at the silent, creeping carpet of black scales. He did not look frightened. He looked profoundly frustrated. "It has been 7 days, Victor," I whispered, my hand gripping the heavy iron rod at my belt. The incubation must be complete. It has a new body. Why hasn't it breached the walls? Why is it just waiting? Father Gabriel emerged from the shadows of the archway, his face pale and drawn tight with exhaustion. "Because it is not a mindless beast, William," the priest murmured, his voice echoing softly against the stone. "It is an ancient, calculating predator. It knows that the ground beneath our feet is poisoned with centuries of relentless prayer. It knows that my book holds the words to bind it, and that Victor's iron is waiting to ground its energy." Victor turned, his dark eyes burning with a grim realization. "It will not fight us on our terms," Victor stated, his jaw clenching. "It is starving, yes, but it is too intelligent to step into a cage. It is circling the perimeter, slowly applying psychological pressure. It intends to wait until we are too exhausted to fight, or until the boy's mind simply snaps from the sheer, suffocating terror of knowing he is being hunted."
"We cannot win a siege against an entity that does not need to sleep,"
Victor continued, stepping away from the black serpents and walking toward the heavy wooden doors of the chapel. "If it refuses to step into the light, we must drag it out of the shadows. We have to change the rules of engagement." "Change them how?" I asked, following him into the dimly lit nave. "By offering it exactly what it wants. On a platter it cannot possibly resist," Victor said, turning to face me. "We must remove the boy from the protection of the monastery. We must take him to neutral ground. We are going to use the last heir of the bloodline as bait." The sheer audacity of the plan made my blood run cold. To take a traumatized child out of the only safe haven in England and offer him to a fully incubated demon felt like absolute madness. But before I could protest, Victor reached deep into his heavy wool coat. He pulled out a folded, yellowed map and a heavy, rusted iron key. He pressed them firmly into my palm. His fingers were ice cold. "William, listen to me very carefully," Victor commanded, his voice dropping to a harsh, private whisper meant only for my ears. "There is an abandoned country house sitting entirely isolated on the edge of the Blackwood Moors. You will take the early train. You will go there alone." Victor leaned in close. The smell of dark espresso and ozone was overwhelming. He began to outline my task. I listened, my eyes widening in absolute horror as the reality of what he was asking me to do settled into my bones. He was not asking me to simply prepare a safe house. He was asking me to engineer an architectural death trap. "Victor," I stammered, my throat suddenly incredibly dry. "If I do this, and it realizes what the house actually is, it won't just kill us. It will tear the very fabric of the ether apart." "It will certainly try," Victor replied, his face an impenetrable mask of dark resolve. "But Gabriel and I will be there to ensure the jaws of the trap snap shut. Do not fail me, William. Execute the preparations exactly as I have instructed, down to the final millimeter of copper wire. The boy's soul and our lives depend entirely on your precision." Victor stepped back, exchanging a long, silent look of grim solidarity with Father Gabriel. I looked down at the rusted iron key resting heavily in my palm. I did not ask any more questions. I simply nodded, turning my back on the safety of the monastery, and walked out into the cold, unforgiving fog of the English morning. The long, agonizing wait was over. The hunt was finally moving to the moors. Exhaustion is a cruel solvent. It dissolves the iron will of men, leaving only frayed nerves and suffocating paranoia. After nearly a week of sleepless vigilance inside the monastery, our minds were beginning to turn against us. Every shadow looked like a grasping hand. Every gust of wind sounded like a legion of voices. Father Gabriel's hands shook as he closed the red record. He looked at Victor across the dim chapel, his eyes red and hollow. "This is not justice, Victor. This is a gamble. You are playing a desperate game of chess with the abyss, and you are using an innocent child as a pawn." Victor did not snap back. The arrogant, untouchable scientist was gone. He looked down at the boy, who was sleeping fitfully on a hard wooden bench. "I know," Victor murmured, his voice cracking with a terrifying vulnerability I had never heard before. "If my calculations are off by a single fraction of a millimeter, we are not hunting a monster, Gabriel. We are merely tying a lamb to a tree and calling the wolf." But there was no other way. When the pale, anemic light of the morning sun finally broke through the stained glass, we moved. We did not dare transfer the boy at night, when the entity was at the height of its power. We used the sun as our only shield. The carriage ride to the Blackwood Moors was suffocating. The bright morning light offered no real warmth. We sat in total silence, scanning the desolate, frost-bitten fields outside the windows, praying the newly incubated demon could not tolerate the glare of the day. When we finally arrived at the isolated country house, I was waiting for them. My hands were blistered and bleeding from tearing up the floorboards, following the encrypted instructions Victor had given me the day before. The house looked utterly mundane from the outside, but inside, it was an architectural death trap. Victor immediately went to work. His exhaustion vanished, replaced by a cold, manic precision. "The copper coils go precisely at the 4 cardinal corners of the foundation," Victor commanded, his hands rapidly unwinding thick, heavy wire. "The entity operates on kinetic friction. When it breaches the perimeter, the copper will act as an etheric siphon. It will strip away its magnetic armor, grounding its energy into the soil. It will weaken it. It will be forced to fight us in a physical state." Beneath the windows, Gabriel poured thick, unbroken lines of pure rock salt mixed with the white ash of burned palms. Inside the living room, the furniture was entirely cleared, leaving only a single wooden chair in the exact center of the room. This was the arena, and the pale, trembling boy was seated right in the middle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the true horror of our plan settled over us. The safety of the day vanished, replaced by the crushing weight of the black moorland night. We extinguished the oil lamps. We sat in the pitch-black room, listening to the agonizing, rhythmic ticking of Victor's pocket watch. Hours bled into one another. The damp cold seeped through our heavy boots. The boys sat perfectly still, too terrified to even weep. I gripped my iron gauge so tightly my knuckles turned dead white. At precisely 3 in the morning, the horses tethered outside began to scream. It was a horrific, violent sound of absolute animal panic. We heard the heavy leather reins snap as the animals bolted blindly into the treacherous darkness of the moors. "It is here," Victor breathed, pulling his heavy iron rod from his coat. The temperature in the room plummeted so violently that our breath instantly plumed into thick white clouds. The heavy wooden beams of the ceiling began to groan under an invisible, crushing weight. The copper wires beneath the floorboards started to hum with a sickening, high-pitched frequency. The trap was springing. And then, the heavy silence was shattered by a sound that stopped my heart completely. 3 slow, deafeningly heavy knocks echoed on the wooden front door. The agonizing wait was over, and the devil had finally come to collect. The heavy wooden door did not merely open. It splintered inward with a deafening, violent crack that shook the very foundation of the house. A figure stepped through the ruined frame, wreathed in the freezing fog of the moors. It wore the stolen, freshly corrupted body of a local drifter, but the eyes were entirely wrong. They were the color of ancient, decaying parchment, glowing with a sickening yellow luminescence in the pitch-black room. The demon stepped over the threshold with the arrogant, unhurried stride of a predator that knows it has already won. It looked down at the amateurish copper wire Victor had deliberately laid across the floorboards. A twisted, mocking smile stretched across the host's cracked lips. The entity could see the desperate flaws in our inner perimeter. It thought we were fools. It thought we had panicked. But the demon did not see the boy. Through a grueling, ancient ritual performed hours earlier, Father Gabriel had cast an etheric shroud over the child, hiding him completely from the entity's sight and senses. What the demon saw sitting in the center of the room was not the final heir of the bloodline. It was merely a hollow decoy, a pile of the boy's clothes and personal belongings, heavily anointed with a binding ritual designed specifically to act as an irresistible magnetic lure. The entity stepped directly into the center of the room, realizing the deception a fraction of a second too late. Its yellow eyes widened in sudden, furious realization. "Now, William! Now!" Victor roared, his voice tearing through the freezing air like a gunshot. Outside in the suffocating darkness of the moors, I slammed the heavy iron lever of the primary mechanism I had secretly buried the day before. The heavy gears snapped into place. Suddenly, the thick fog surrounding the house was pierced by blinding light. 12 monks from St. Edmund's Monastery, who had been hiding in the freezing mud for hours, rose from the darkness. They sprinted to the precisely measured geometric points I had excavated, raising ancient gold-wrought relics high into the air. They moved with military precision, instantly closing a flawless, impenetrable circle around the entire perimeter of the house. As one, the 12 monks began to chant. The heavy, rhythmic Latin prayers crashed against the wooden walls like a tidal wave of holy thunder. Inside the room, the trap clamped shut. The walls of the house began to glow with a blinding, golden energy. Father Gabriel stepped out from the shadows, throwing the red record open, his voice joining the deafening chorus of the monks outside. The air pressure in the room dropped so violently that the window shattered outward. The demon shrieked, a horrific, overlapping sound of 1,000 burning voices. It was entirely disoriented, completely trapped in a cage of divine kinetic energy. The holy barrier was crushing it, suffocating its connection to the ether. In a final, desperate act of pure, blinding rage, the entity abandoned its human host. The drifter's body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, and the demon materialized in its true, horrifying form. A towering, formless mass of writhing shadows and jagged bone. It lunged directly at Victor, moving faster than the human eye could track, desperate to tear out his throat and break the inner anchor of the trap. But Victor Cross did not retreat a single inch. He stood his ground, his eyes burning with absolute, calculating triumph. As the massive shadow descended upon him, Victor thrust his hand forward, hurling a massive cloud of pure, deeply salted iron powder directly into the center of the entity's face. The iron struck the exposed etheric mass like battery acid. The demon exploded into a pillar of blinding sparks, its deafening roar of agony echoing across the desolate moors as the holy cage mercilessly began to drag it straight back into the abyss. The demon thrashed blindly in the center of the room, its ethereal flesh burning violently where Victor's salted iron had struck. It was a towering mass of jagged shadows, clawing desperately at the invisible walls of the holy cage. But the geometric circle of the 12 monks held fast, their Latin prayers echoing through the freezing fog like heavy hammer strikes against an anvil. Father Gabriel stepped forward, the red record trembling in his hands. He did not yield. He raised his silver crucifix high, the metal glowing with the blinding kinetic energy of the barrier. Exi ab eo, immunde spiritus, Gabriel roared, his voice cracking with absolute divine fury. By the blood of the martyrs, you are severed from this plane. Return to the ash." "Return to the ash," Victor echoed, his voice a low, commanding rumble that perfectly synchronized with the priest's final words. For a single, agonizing second, the two men spoke in terrifying unison, their voices overlapping in a harmonic frequency that tore the very fabric of the room apart. A blinding flash of golden light erupted from the floorboards. The demon let out a final, deafening shriek, a sound of absolute, bottomless despair, before the holy cage violently collapsed inward. The entity imploded. The heavy pressure in the room vanished instantly, leaving behind nothing but the suffocating smell of burnt ozone, sulfur, and absolute, exhausted silence. And just like that, the freezing moors faded away. The roar of the wind was replaced by the soft, familiar crackle of the fireplace in our Bloomsbury flat. I sat at my heavy oak desk, staring at the rain lashing against the London glass. My hands were finally steady, but the memory of that night still chilled my blood. It was over. But sitting here in the quiet dark, the sheer, terrifying magnitude of our gamble finally settled upon me. We had not simply laid a trap. What we did was technically an act of heresy. Back in the safety of St. Edmund's, the elder monks had approached Victor with a desperate proposition. They suggested an ancient, forbidden rite, a ritual erased from modern theology. It was designed to completely shroud the boy's soul from the ether, using his physical belongings as a twisted lightning rod to pull the demon into the physical world. It was an astronomical risk. The monks had warned us that the ritual was highly unstable. We were not even certain if it would hide the boy, or if the magnetic pull of the bait would accidentally rip a hole in the veil and summon a legion of demons instead of just one. Those 12 monks had knelt in the freezing mud, holding those relics, knowing that if the cage failed, they would be the first to be dragged screaming into hell. They sacrificed their own salvation to save one innocent life, and by some miracle of the cosmos, the gamble paid off. But the greatest revelation came the following morning, when Victor and I finally understood why the boy had survived that first horrific night in Surrey. It wasn't simply because the father's suicide had prematurely interrupted the ritual. It was something far more profound. The boy was special. When the demon walked down that hallway wearing his father's face, the boy did not see his father. He saw the monster looking through the eyes. The boy possessed the sight. And because the child could truly see the entity, the fractured, buried soul of the father realized exactly what it was about to do to its own flesh and blood. The father's love, his internal resistance, was so overwhelmingly powerful in that final, agonizing second that the demon could not force his hand. The father took his own life not out of madness, but to physically stop the demon from taking his son. He died a hero, trapped in the darkest nightmare imaginable. Victor Cross sat across from me, pouring a fresh cup of thick, dark espresso. The heavy bags under his eyes spoke of a man who carried too many ghosts. "The boy is safe, William," Victor murmured, not looking up from his cup. "I have made the arrangements. He is being quietly adopted by the Sterling family in Yorkshire, a wealthy, childless couple. Good people. They know nothing of the darkness, and they will give him the mundane, boring life he deserves. We will watch him from a distance, of course, to ensure the shadows never realize he is there." I nodded, closing my leather journal. The ink on the page was finally dry. The bloodline was saved, and the ancient hunger was sent back to the abyss. We had won the battle, but looking out into the foggy, rain-soaked streets of London, I knew the war was far from over. Because in a city this large, and a world this old, there is always another shadow waiting for the gas lamps to go out.
The dust in the Bloomsbury apartment still danced in the pale, unforgiving morning light, completely indifferent to the invisible war raging just outside its walls. Evelyn Hart sat in her usual corner, wrapped tightly in her moth-eaten shawl. Her body was perfectly still, but behind her dark eyes, a furious intellect was dissecting the events of the previous night. The roaring engine of the heavy delivery truck, the smell of burning rubber on wet cobblestones, and the dark, freezing subterranean room of the ice factory where she had forged a dangerous pact with string. The maestro thought he had sent a message in blood. He had no idea he had simply handed her the first thread of the unraveling sweater. A sharp, authoritative knock echoed through the quiet hallway. It lacked the hesitant shuffle of her elderly landlady. This was the heavy, impatient strike of the law. When Evelyn unbolted the heavy door, Inspector Mateo Cruz stepped into the suffocating gloom of her flat. He was young, dangerously young. His uniform was too crisp, his leather notebook uncreased, and his eyes burned with the naive, desperate desire to make a name for himself. He had been sent by the precinct to collect a statement regarding the terrifying incident on the foggy avenue. "Miss Hart," Inspector Cruz began, his voice softening with misplaced pity as he looked at the fragile, ash-stained woman trembling in the armchair. "Witnesses stated that a heavy delivery truck nearly crushed you yesterday afternoon. They say the vehicle accelerated intentionally. I need you to tell me exactly what you saw." Evelyn lowered her head, letting her hair fall over her face to hide the razor-sharp calculation in her eyes. It was entirely my fault, Inspector," she whispered, her voice cracking perfectly. "It was a masterclass in fabricated vulnerability. I haven't been sleeping. The world, it simply spins. I was terribly dizzy. I completely lost my footing and stumbled off the pavement, right into the street." She looked up at him, her eyes wide and fearful. "If it wasn't for the sheer skill of that poor driver, who desperately swerved to avoid my clumsy fall, I would be dead. He is a hero, Inspector. Please, you must put that in your official report. I am so terribly sorry for the trouble I've caused the precinct." Inspector Cruz closed his notebook slowly, his shoulders dropping in profound disappointment. He had marched up the stairs looking for a sensational attempted murder, a case that would earn him a promotion. Instead, he found only a broken, dizzy woman who couldn't even walk straight. "Very well, Miss Hart," he muttered, tipping his hat. "I will file the official report. Please, lock your door and get some rest." As the heavy oak door clicked shut, the illusion shattered. Instantly, the trembling stopped. The fragile, dizzy victim vanished into thin air, replaced by an apex predator. Evelyn stood up, her spine perfectly straight, a chilling, victorious smile touching the corners of her mouth. The official police record would soon hit the streets. The maestro and his wealthy employers would read it, and they would believe their target was entirely oblivious. A harmless, broken bird who thought her own assassination attempt was just a spell of bad health. She had just used the London police force as her personal messenger boy. She walked gracefully to the window, pulling the heavy velvet curtain back just a fraction of an inch to observe the street below. Her quiet avenue had transformed into a silent, breathing battlefield. The maestro's elegant, mechanical spies were still there. The fake beggar in the alleyway, the finely dressed gentleman reading a newspaper on the corner. But now they were not alone. Woven seamlessly into the gritty fabric of the street were String's people. A young shoeshine boy casually tossing an apple, an old man slowly, methodically sweeping the wet cobblestones near the bakery. They were an invisible, filthy shield of loyal guardians, watching the watchers, ensuring no one took a single step toward her building. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the frosted glass. Evelyn turned. Crouched on the rusted iron of her fire escape, hidden from the street below, were two figures in dark coats. She slid the window open just enough to let the freezing wind bite into the room. "String sent us," the older of the two men murmured, keeping his head low. "That corrugated iron warehouse on the docks. It's a fortress, Miss Hart. Guards at every iron door, trained dogs pacing the yard. We can't slip you inside without starting a war." But String's network dug up the paperwork. The warehouse isn't owned by a shell company. It's officially registered to a man named Arthur Pendleton. Evelyn's mind snapped the puzzle pieces together with terrifying speed. "Pendleton," she murmured softly, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. "He is married to the second daughter of the Van Cleef family." "That's right, miss," the man nodded, his breath turning to white smoke in the chill. "The old billionaire's son-in-law. What's the play?" The motive was suddenly painting itself in brilliant, bloody colors across the canvas of her mind. The unpredictable patriarch, Old Man Van Cleef, had two daughters. The first daughter was the mother of the golden boy, the beloved heir who had just burned to ashes in that mysterious car crash. But the second daughter, married to the owner of the guarded warehouse, had two daughters of her own. With the golden boy dead, the line of succession had violently, conveniently shifted. The entire massive empire was now destined to fall directly into the lap of the second daughter's family. "We do not guess, and we do not assume," Evelyn replied. "Tell String to hold the line on this street. I am going to arrange a meeting with the grieving family. It is time to step directly into the viper's nest." Sunday arrived wrapped in a suffocating shroud of gray rain. The heavy wrought iron gates of the Van Cleef estate parted silently, allowing Evelyn Hart to step into the beating heart of a golden empire. The air inside the sprawling, mahogany-paneled parlor was heavy, smelling of expensive cigar smoke, wilted lilies, and unspoken secrets. At the head of the long room stood the patriarch, Old Man Van Cleef. He was a terrifying presence, resembling a decaying king who still commanded absolute authority over his court. His eyes, cold and entirely unpredictable, tracked Evelyn like a hawk sizing up its prey. He had demanded this gathering, forcing his entire lineage into one room. In this house, his word was the undisputed law of God. Evelyn remained perfectly still near the marble fireplace, her sharp gaze cutting through the gloomy atmosphere, dissecting every micro-expression of the family before her. Sitting together on a plush velvet sofa was the first daughter, the mother of the golden boy who had burned to ashes on that lonely country road. She was a mere ghost of a woman, her face entirely hollowed out by sorrow, her pale hands endlessly twisting a black silk handkerchief. Sitting faithfully beside her was her husband, a highly respected local pharmacist. His posture was defensive, protective. He kept a gentle, reassuring hand on his wife's trembling shoulder. Evelyn scanned their faces, looking for the telltale signs of deception, but found absolutely nothing. There was no malice hidden behind their red eyes, only the pure, agonizing devastation of parents who had just buried their only child. But across the room, the atmosphere was drastically different. Standing rigidly near the towering windows was the second daughter and her husband, Arthur Pendleton, as registered owner of the heavily guarded warehouse on the docks. They did not radiate grief. They radiated a frantic, electric panic. Pendleton's jaw was clenched tight. He repeatedly pulled a heavy gold pocket watch from his vest, checking the time, snapping it shut, and entirely avoiding Evelyn's piercing gaze. His wife's smile was painfully tight, her posture as stiff as a marble statue. The tension radiating from the couple was almost physical. "If you will excuse us, Father," the second daughter suddenly announced, her voice echoing a little too loudly in the quiet parlor. "Arthur has extremely urgent business in the city, and we really must be going. The tragedy of this week, it has simply been too hard on us all." Before the old billionaire could even raise a hand to object, the couple practically fled the room. Their hurried, desperate footsteps echoed sharply down the long marble hallway. Evelyn watched the heavy doors close behind them, permanently burning every detail of their panicked retreat into her memory. The guilty always run. An hour later, Evelyn sat in the back of the luxurious Van Cleef official motor car, watching the rain-soaked streets of London blur past the tinted glass. The soft purr of the powerful engine was a stark contrast to the storm raging inside her mind. The pieces were no longer scattered. Pendleton was terrified. The succession of the empire had shifted. But motive alone was never enough to hang a man. She needed undeniable proof. She needed the physical evidence that the police had so conveniently overlooked. When the driver finally dropped her off in front of her Bloomsbury apartment, Evelyn did not waste a single second. She climbed the stairs, locked the heavy oak door, and walked straight to her bedroom wardrobe. From the bottom drawer, she pulled out a long, vibrant crimson scarf. It was a striking, violent slash of color against the dreary gray world. She walked to the window, pulled back the heavy velvet curtain, and draped the bright red fabric over the brass latch, fully visible to the alleyway below. It was the prearranged signal, a silent command thrown into the dark streets. The game of observation was over. The crimson scarf hung in the window, a bright, bleeding slash of color against the dreary, gray London sky. It didn't take long for the street to answer. By nightfall, a shadow slipped up the rusted fire escape and tapped lightly on the frosted glass. It was one of String's trusted men. Evelyn didn't waste words. She gave him the exact location of the police impound lot and a single, dangerous order. Breach the perimeter and examine the shattered remains of the billionaire's car. 2 agonizing days passed. Days of relentless pacing inside the suffocating apartment, watching the mechanical spies freeze on the street below. And then, the shadow finally returned. "You were right, Miss Hart," the mechanic murmured. "The official police report is a complete fabrication. The brake lines didn't snap from the violent impact of the crash. They were cleanly severed beforehand. And the steering mechanism, it was deliberately rigged to lock up at high speeds." Evelyn smiled in the dark. The undeniable proof was finally in her hands. But she knew better than to hand it over to a precinct bought and paid for by the maestro's employers. She had to force their hand entirely. That very night, the rhythmic, heavy clacking of her old typewriter echoed through the silent flat. She drafted 6 anonymous letters, detailing the exact sabotage, addressing them to every major newspaper editorial office in the city. But an anonymous tip was merely a spark. To start a fire, she needed someone to pour the gasoline. Evelyn disguised herself carefully, throwing on a heavy, oversized trench coat and pulling a wide-brimmed felt hat low over her eyes, completely obscuring her sharp features. She vanished into the freezing fog, walking through the desolate alleys until she reached a crowded, smoke-filled tavern near Fleet Street. Sitting alone at the end of the sticky wooden bar was Thomas Thorne. He was a veteran investigative journalist, a cynical man drowning his nights in cheap whiskey. But Thorne remembered Evelyn. He remembered her from her days working in the press, and he knew her fearsome reputation as a private detective who simply never missed the mark. She slid onto the empty stool beside him, pushing a thick brown envelope across the damp wood. Thorne didn't look up immediately, but his calloused hand closed firmly over the paper. "They are burying a murder, Thomas," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the chaotic noise of the tavern. "The golden boy was slaughtered on that country road, and the police are happily sweeping his ashes under the rug. You need to publish the truth. Ask the dangerous questions they refuse to answer. You know my work. I don't miss." Thorne finally looked at her, his eyes widening slightly as he peeked at the explosive mechanical notes inside the envelope. He gave her a single, silent nod of absolute understanding. Evelyn stood up and melted seamlessly back into the shadows of the city. Thorne kept his word. He fought his terrified editorial board tooth and nail that night, demanding the front page and putting his entire career on the line. When the morning sun finally broke through the London mist, the city woke up to a screaming headline. The paperboys stood on every street corner, holding up the bold, black ink for the whole world to see. Accident or assassination? The hidden sabotage of the Van Cleef heir. The avalanche had officially begun, and the terrified, corrupt police force was about to be buried underneath it. The panicked police chief sweated profusely under the flashing bulbs of the press cameras. To save their own jobs from the crushing weight of public outrage, the corrupt precinct hurriedly organized a press conference. They falsely claimed their brilliant inspectors had uncovered the severed brake lines during a routine secondary sweep of the wreckage. They desperately tried to paint themselves as the vigilant heroes of London, completely oblivious to the fact that they were merely dancing on Evelyn Hart's strings. But across the city, sitting in a shadow-draped study, the maestro was not a man who could be fooled by cheap theatricality. He read the screaming headlines, his leather-gloved fingers tightening violently around the edge of his mahogany desk. The failed truck assassination, the sudden invisible shield of street vagrants around the apartment, the surgically precise leak to the press. It all crystallized in his calculating mind. The dizzy, fragile woman stumbling into the street had been a magnificent, humiliating lie. He had entirely lost control of the board. Abandoning all his subtle games, the maestro dispatched his 3 most brutal, efficient enforcers directly to her Bloomsbury address to burn the problem to the ground. Inside her pitch-black apartment, Evelyn Hart was waiting. She sat in the heavy leather armchair facing the locked door, the cold, heavy steel of a fully loaded revolver resting comfortably in her lap. She knew the maestro's bruised pride could not stomach this kind of public defeat. She expected the heavy boots echoing on her stairs. She expected the door to be violently kicked off its hinges. Her finger rested gently against the trigger, her breathing slow and perfectly controlled. But the violent storm she had prepared for never reached her threshold. Earlier that evening, String's vigilant watchers had noticed a sudden, highly suspicious mobilization of armed men leaving the docks. The invisible network deduced the target immediately. Evelyn Street was heavily fortified, a trap waiting to be sprung. Instead of the terrifying sound of splintering wood, Evelyn only heard a brief, muffled sequence of sharp cracks echoing from the freezing alleyway below her building. 3 quiet pops, swallowed almost instantly by the thick, foggy London night. Then there was only absolute, terrifying silence. A few moments later, a familiar shadow appeared at her frosted window. Evelyn stood gracefully, keeping the revolver raised, and unlatched the glass. String's mechanic stepped onto the rusted fire escape, his face an unreadable mask of cold, brutal efficiency. "You can just it. Put the gun away, Miss Hart," he whispered, wiping a tiny speck of fresh blood from his heavy leather coat. "The maestro's dogs didn't even make it to your front steps." "It is handled. 3 of them are currently lying completely still on the cobblestones, and our street sweepers are already cleaning up the mess." The morning sun struggled to pierce through the thick, toxic smog of London, casting long, pale shadows across the floorboards of Evelyn's apartment. She stood before her cracked mirror, carefully buttoning her dark trench coat. The gun was tucked safely into her holster. It was time to return to the sprawling Van Cleef estate. She was ready to walk into the opulent parlor, throw the mechanic's mechanical report onto the mahogany table, and watch Arthur Pendleton hang for his treacherous greed. But as she stepped out into the quiet hallway, her boot brushed against the morning edition of the London Times, freshly dropped at her door. She picked it up, shaking off the damp cold, and her eyes immediately locked onto the bold, black ink screaming from the front page. tragedy strikes the Van Cleef empire. Again. Evelyn slowly stepped back into her apartment, locking the door behind her. She leaned against the cold wood, reading the article with cold fascination. Late last night, Arthur Pendleton had suffered a fatal, horrific accident. According to the official statement released by the family, the grieving son-in-law had been in his private study, meticulously cleaning his heavy hunting rifle, when the weapon accidentally discharged. He was killed instantly. The police ruled it a tragic, careless mistake. Her eyes scanned further down the page, catching a small, seemingly insignificant paragraph near the bottom corner. It casually mentioned that Old Man Van Cleef had ordered a fleet of heavy demolition machines to the docks before dawn. The old corrugated iron warehouse, Pendleton's hidden fortress, had been completely leveled to the ground, cited as an unsafe structural hazard. Evelyn lowered the newspaper, a bitter, cynical smile touching her lips. She had underestimated the decaying king. The unpredictable billionaire hadn't needed her evidence, and he certainly didn't need the corrupt police force. He had simply read the same headlines the maestro had read. He had done the bloody mathematics of succession in his head, held his own private court behind the locked iron gates of his estate, and served his own brutal brand of justice. Pendleton was executed, and the warehouse, the only physical link to the assassins, was turned to dust, protecting the Golden family name from public scandal. She walked to the window, looking down at the street sweepers and the invisible army of vagrants who were still dutifully watching over her building. The game of shadows was over, but the lesson remained perfectly clear. Evelyn poured herself a glass of cheap whiskey, raising it to the empty room. She now knew that the most terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters in this city did not hide in the damp, rat-infested alleyways. They lived comfortably in golden palaces, quietly pulling the strings of the world, making sure their hands never, ever got dirty.
The shadows of London may have settled for today, but in this city, the darkness never truly sleeps. If you enjoyed this mystery, please leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments below. What would you have done in Evelyn's place? If you are ready to step into the unknown once again, simply click the video on your screen right now. Wait, let me tell you another story.
Paranoia is not a survival instinct. Paranoia is an infection. It is a chaotic, irrational biological response that clouds the intellect and forces the human animal to make sudden, uncalculated movements. When a man believes he is being hunted, his first instinct is to run, to hide, to alter his behavior. That is exactly how the hunter catches him. The sudden change in trajectory is the blood in the water. I do not experience paranoia. I experience heightened data processing. Uttered by Detective Ronan in the basement archives, has been echoing in the corridors of my mind like a dropped hammer in a silent cathedral. You look awful, Arthur. Looks like you didn't sleep at all last night. I throw back the perfectly parallel edges of the gray duvet. The hardwood floor is freezing. Outside, the rain continues its relentless, indifferent assault on the glass. I walk to the bathroom. The tiles are bone white. Today, the camouflage cannot merely be good, it must be impenetrable. It must be a masterpiece of beige. The grooming ritual is executed with surgical precision. I shave, ensuring not a single microscopic shadow of stubble remains on my jawline. I dress in a pale gray suit that has been pressed to eliminate any suggestion of recent physical exertion. The white shirt is heavily starched, acting almost weaponized boredom. I let my shoulders slump forward exactly 1/4 of an inch. I let the light die in my muddy brown eyes. I become wallpaper. The chemistry of the morning coffee is performed without a single deviation. 18 grams of Ethiopian beans, 12 seconds of grinding, water at exactly 200 degrees Fahrenheit. I drink it slowly, standing perfectly still in the dim light of the kitchen. Today, there are no side projects. There are no secondary identities. The shadow is locked inside the heavy steel safe behind the boring landscape painting. Today, the only objective is to exist so mundanely that the universe itself forgets I am occupying space. My commute is a masterclass in invisibility. I walk to the subway station holding a cheap, unremarkable umbrella. I do not look at the security cameras, but I know precisely where they are. I keep my head tilted down at the precise 15-degree angle required to obscure my facial geometry from the overhead lenses. I swipe a standard transit card, one I bought with cash 3 weeks ago. I sit in the middle car, in the middle seat, surrounded by the chaotic, exhausted masses of the city. A teenager is blasting tinny music from cheap headphones. A businessman is aggressively coughing into his fist. I do not react. I do not pull away in disgust. I simply stare blankly at the advertisements above the opposing seats. I am a void. I arrive at the district attorney's office exactly 12 minutes before my shift begins. Dennis, the security guard, waves me through the metal detectors. He is looking at a sports article on his phone. He does not even glance at my face. The first layer of the perimeter is secure. I take the elevator to the basement. I sit at my desk. I arrange my Japanese drafting fine liners by ink volume. I open the morning docket. For the next 4 hours, I process paperwork with the mindless, rhythmic efficiency of a machine. I correct the spelling errors of illiterate patrolmen. I organize the bloated, disorganized ledgers of a petty embezzlement case. I do not move from my chair. I do not check the news to see the aftermath of Hector Silva's arrest. I do not look toward the corridor to see if a tired detective in a worn trench coat is walking by. I merely breathe in the stale, fluorescent air and vanish into the bureaucracy. At exactly 12 p.m., the biological necessity of sustenance must be addressed. Lunch is not a break. It is a continuation of the routine. I leave the building and walk precisely 4 blocks to the brutalist concrete plaza outside the municipal library. The rain has temporarily reduced to a fine, freezing mist. The plaza is an architectural disaster, an expanse of gray stone devoid of warmth or aesthetic appeal. It is usually deserted, which is why I selected it 2 years ago. I take my seat on the cold stone bench. I unwrap my sandwich. Lean turkey, a single leaf of lettuce, a microscopic layer of mustard on whole wheat bread, wrapped in wax paper. I take the first bite. I chew exactly 20 times. And then, the geometry of the plaza shifts. It is not a loud noise. It is not a sudden movement. It is a subtle rebalancing of the environment's weight. I do not turn my head. I do not snap my eyes toward the anomaly. I simply allow my peripheral vision to process the new variable located approximately 60 feet to my left near the heavily stained concrete steps of the library entrance. It is Detective Ronan. He is leaning against the stone balustrade. He is wearing his battered trench coat, the collar turned up against the freezing mist. In his right hand, he holds a paper coffee cup. In his left hand, he holds a folded copy of the Seattle Chronicle. He is not looking at me. He is looking down at the newspaper, occasionally taking a slow sip from the cup. The heart rate threatens to spike. The primal, chaotic part of the brain screams at me to react, to pack up my sandwich, to casually walk away, to acknowledge his presence and say hello. I suppress the biological urge with absolute, violent mental force. My heart rate remains locked at 60 beats per minute. I take a second bite of the turkey sandwich. I chew exactly 20 times. I calculate the probabilities. The Major Crimes Precinct is located on 5th Avenue, 6 blocks in the opposite direction. The coffee shop Ronan frequents is a greasy diner 2 streets over from the precinct. There is absolutely no logistical, geographical, or professional reason for a senior homicide detective to be standing in the freezing mist of an abandoned brutalist plaza during the lunch hour. Furthermore, Ronan despises reading the newspaper outside. He complains constantly about the ink smudging on his fingers in the damp Seattle air. He is not here for the news. He is not here for the coffee. He is observing the habitat. He is observing the routine. He wants to see if the paranoiac cracks are showing. If a man has something to hide, The sudden appearance of a police detective in his private sanctuary will force an error. The guilty man will look over his shoulder. The guilty man will lose his appetite. The guilty man will suddenly change his walking route back to the office. Ronan is a master of the waiting game. He drops a stone into the pond, and he watches the surface for ripples. I will not give him a single ripple. I finish the sandwich. I fold the wax paper into a perfect 2-inch square. I slide it into the right pocket of my gray suit jacket to discard later. I brush a non-existent crumb from my lapel. I do not look in his direction. I stand up with the slow, unhurried posture of a man entirely consumed by the crushing weight of his own insignificance. I turn my back to the library steps, and I begin the 4-block walk back to the district attorney's office. My pace is perfectly measured. My breathing is shallow and even. But as I walk through the mist, feeling the heavy, invisible weight of Ronan's gaze burning into the back of my gray suit, a cold realization settles deep into the architecture of my mind. The old detective is not just suspicious. He is patiently, methodically mapping the boundaries of my world, looking for the exact point where the boring paralegal ends and the monster begins. The descent back into the basement archives is a physical transition from the chaotic, freezing mist of the city into the sterile, fluorescent purgatory of the machine. I walk to my desk. I sit. I arrange my Japanese drafting fine liners, ensuring the spacing between them is exactly 1/4 of an inch. To the casual observer, Ben Arthur has simply returned from a profoundly boring lunch. Internally, the architecture of my mind is running a threat diagnostic at maximum capacity. Detective Ronan did not stumble upon me at the library plaza. Coincidence is a mathematical anomaly, and veteran homicide detectives do not operate on anomalies. They operate on patterns. I need to know exactly how much of my pattern Ronan has mapped. I open the municipal traffic and surveillance grid on my terminal. As a senior paralegal handling digital evidence chain of custody, my administrative credentials provide me with unfiltered access to the city's network of optical sensors. I pull up the camera overlooking the Brutalist Plaza, time-stamping the video to exactly 12:05 p.m. There he is, a grainy, pixelated figure in a battered trench coat. I watch the recording in reverse. The digital Ronan walks backward up the concrete steps, backward down the street, backward through the intersection of 4th and Pike. I track his movements across 7 different municipal cameras, tracing his trajectory from the plaza all the way back to the major crimes precinct. The data is terrifying. Ronan did not follow me from the courthouse. He left his precinct at 11:45 a.m. and walked directly to the library plaza, arriving 10 minutes before I did. He did not track me. He anticipated me. He knows my schedule. He knows my sanctuary. He has studied the blank, invisible canvas of Ben Arthur so intensely that he has mapped the negative space. The realization sends a microscopic tremor through the muscles in my jaw. I am a ghost, but Ronan has started measuring the cold spots in the room. I close the surveillance windows. I clear the cache. I wipe the terminal's digital footprint. I must remain absolutely static. If I change my routine now, if I stop going to the plaza, it will be an admission of guilt. I must continue to let him watch me eat my turkey sandwich, chewing 20 times per bite until he dies of boredom. The internal phone on my desk shrieks, shattering the quiet hum of the archives. It is a harsh, jarring sound. I let it ring twice. I pick up the receiver on the 3rd ring, precisely as a subservient clerk should. "Arthur," the voice drones, flat and devoid of pulse. "Arthur, drop whatever useless indexing you are currently doing." Isolda's voice cuts through the receiver like a surgical saw. She is speaking faster than usual. The rhythm of her words is tight, clipped, vibrating with an aggressive, predatory energy. I need you to pull the preliminary homicide dockets from the overnight shift. We caught a live one. Priority 0. I am currently organizing the Moroni ledgers, Mrs. Solda, I reply, maintaining the mask of bureaucratic resistance. The overnight dockets are not scheduled for central processing until... I don't care about the schedule, Arthur, Isolde snaps, a rare crack of genuine adrenaline in her flawless composure. The police apprehended a suspect 2 hours ago in the Sodo district, a double homicide. It's a bloodbath, and the suspect is claiming he is the one who took out Thaddeus Black. He's claiming he is the city's new scales of justice. The air in my lungs suddenly turns to solid ice. A vigilante, I say. The word feels like ash in my mouth. The vigilante, Isolde corrects, her voice dropping into a dangerous, focused register. The press hasn't gotten it yet. The detectives are interrogating him now. I want the crime scene photos, the arrest report, and his initial statement downloaded to a secure encrypted drive and brought to my office in 10 minutes. We are going to lock this monster in a concrete box before the sun goes down. Understood, Mrs. Solda. 10 minutes. I place the receiver back into its cradle. The plastic clicks softly. I do not move for precisely 4 seconds. Someone is claiming my work. I pull up the police database. I bypass the standard clerk restrictions and enter the Priority 0 directory. The file downloads to my terminal. Case file 88 Delta. Suspect, Marcus Vance, Jr. The name triggers an immediate algorithmic match in my memory. Marcus Vance, the corrupt municipal building inspector whose heart mysteriously failed 2 weeks ago. This is his son. I open the digital crime scene photographs. What I see on the high-definition monitor makes my stomach physically contract in absolute, visceral revulsion. It is not fear. It is profound, sickening disgust. The scene is an abandoned auto repair shop. 2 men, known enforcers for a local narcotics ring, are dead on the grease-stained concrete floor. But it is not a calculated elimination. It is a slaughter. There is blood spattered wildly across the walls, a chaotic Jackson Pollock painting of biological rot. The angles of the wounds indicate a frenzied, emotional attack with a heavy, blunt instrument. There is no geometry here. There is no mathematics. There is only the messy, screaming, pathetic flailing of a human animal losing control. I scroll to the next photograph. Painted on the corrugated metal wall of the garage, written in what appears to be thick red spray paint dripping sloppily onto the floor, is a single phrase: Fiat Justitia Ruat Caelum. He used my signature. He took the elegant, untraceable typography of my vintage he cannot possibly comprehend. I scroll to the arrest report. The police found him sitting outside the garage, covered in blood, weeping. A creature of pure emotional leakage. He confessed immediately, babbling about balancing the scales, about finishing what he started with Thaddeus Black. He is trying to claim the glory of the perfect machine to give meaning to his own chaotic butchery. The danger this poses is catastrophic. If Isolde prosecutes this boy as the true vigilante, if the FBI reviews this sloppy, DNA-soaked crime scene and associates it with my flawless elimination of Thaddeus Black and Hector Silva, the profile will be contaminated. They will stop looking for a ghost. They will start looking for an erratic, violent psychopath. They will change their search parameters, and in doing so, their chaotic net might accidentally brush against the beige suit of Ben Arthur. This boy has not just insulted my work. He has introduced a fatal virus into my operational environment. I copy the files onto a secure, encrypted flash drive. I eject the drive. I place it in my pocket. I stand up and arrange my gray tie. I will walk up to the 3rd floor. I will hand Isolde the ammunition she needs to prosecute this chaotic amateur. But the legal system is slow, and Isolde's trial will take months. During those months, the boy might say something in a deposition. He might reveal a detail that compromises the narrative. The machine cannot tolerate a loose, screaming gear. As I walk toward the elevator, moving with the slow, shuffling gait of the ultimate bureaucratic drone, the shadow in my mind is entirely awake, and it is furiously drafting a new, immediate equation. Detective Ronan is watching my every move, waiting for me to step out of line. The copycat is sitting in a holding cell, screaming my philosophy to the police. The pressure is immense, a crushing physical weight attempting to crush the architecture of my perfection. But a diamond is only formed under absolute, unyielding pressure. And I am the hardest object in this city. The doors of the courthouse elevator slide open with a dull, metallic scrape. It is 7:48 a.m. the following morning. I step out into the basement archives, moving with the measured, unhurried pace of a man who has absolutely nothing to hide. The fluorescent tubes overhead hum their usual migraine-inducing frequency. I sit at my desk. I arrange my Japanese drafting fine liners. I fold my hands over the cold surface of the linoleum. Ben Arthur has returned to his purgatory, perfectly camouflaged, completely mundane. But beneath the beige exterior, the mind is a supercomputer running at maximum thermal capacity. I have spent the last 24 hours dissecting the pathetic psychology of Marcus Vance Jr. To solve an equation, one must understand the variables, and Marcus is a profoundly defective variable. His father, the senior municipal building inspector, did not die of a natural myocardial infarction 2 weeks ago. He died because I introduced a concentrated, untraceable derivative of digitalis into his reserve bottle of Cabernet. The father was a parasite who traded human safety for bribes. The son, it appears, inherited the father's problems without the father's stomach. I see the entire narrative playing out in my mind with clinical clarity. Marcus Jr. discovered the truth about his father's debts. He discovered the brutal enforcers from the Sodo narcotics ring who were extorting the old man. But instead of logic, Marcus Jr. employed emotion. The grief, the panic, the overwhelming pressure, it fractured his fragile mind. He did not plan an assassination. He simply grabbed a heavy, blunt instrument, drove to that abandoned auto repair shop, and surrendered to his own adrenaline. He butchered them. And then the terror of what he had done set in. He realized that the underworld would come for him. Desperate, terrified, and lacking any actual intellect, he stole my identity. He spray-painted Fiat Justitia Ruat Caelum on the wall in dripping red, hoping to convince the criminal syndicates that the untouchable vigilante had executed the enforcers. But he is a creature of weak biology. When the adrenaline crashed, his nervous system collapsed. He did not wipe the scene. He did not establish an alibi. He simply collapsed outside the garage, covered in blood, and wept until the patrol cars arrived. He is a broken, noisy machine. And a broken machine is dangerous to the entire system. Footsteps approach my cubicle. It is Vesper, the junior prosecutor. Her face is pale, and her hands are trembling as she drops a massive stack of manila folders onto my desk. "You need to archive these, Arthur," she says, her voice tight, bordering on hysteria. "The Vance case, it's over. The DA is throwing it out." I look at the folders. I look up at Vesper. The mask of bureaucratic indifference remains absolutely flawless. "Throwing it out? I was under the impression the suspect confessed at the scene, Vesper." "He did," she spits, rubbing her temples frantically. "But Detective Miller from the overnight shift is an arrogant idiot. He wanted to be the hero who caught the vigilante. When they brought Vance in, he was in shock, babbling, crying, practically hyperventilating. Miller didn't wait for counsel. He didn't read him his Miranda rights correctly on tape. He interrogated a mentally compromised suspect for 3 hours without a lawyer present. fruit of the poisonous tree. A catastrophic procedural failure. My internal architecture vibrates with a sickening mix of vindication and profound rage. The 48-hour hold expires at noon today, Vesper continues, her voice dropping to a furious whisper. Vance lawyered up. His attorney is spinning the whole thing. They are claiming police brutality. They are claiming Miller framed him, beat a false confession out of him, and planted the spray paint to close the vigilante case. The judge just granted the motion to suppress the confession and the immediate crime scene forensics. We have to let him walk. A regrettable oversight in due process, I reply, my voice a hollow, inflectionless drone. I will file the dismissal forms immediately. Vesper storms away, entirely consumed by her own legal crisis. I turn my attention to my encrypted terminal. I pull up the local news feeds. There he is, Marcus Vance Jr., walking down the marble steps of the courthouse, surrounded by expensive defense attorneys. He is wearing a tailored suit. The blood is washed from his hands. The weeping, terrified child from the alleyway has been replaced by a smug, arrogant survivor. He steps to the microphones, declaring his innocence, condemning the corrupt police force that tried to frame an innocent, grieving son. He thinks he has won. He thinks he outsmarted the system. He has not outsmarted anything. He has simply stepped out of a cage of iron bars and walked directly into my domain. The mandate is absolutely clear. I must eradicate this virus. I must eliminate Marcus Vance Jr. to protect the integrity of the vigilante profile. If he lives, he will eventually talk. He will brag or he will break, and the subsequent federal investigation will cast a chaotic, blinding light over my pristine mathematical work. But as the gears of my mind begin to design the assassination, the variables suddenly lock, presenting an almost insurmountable geometric problem. Isolta is furious. The DA's office is humiliated. They may have lost the legal right to hold Marcus Vance Jr., but they are not letting him go. I access the internal dispatch logs on my terminal. There it is. Priority Surveillance Authorization. Marcus is being placed under a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week police tail. An unmarked cruiser will be parked outside his residence. Plainclothes detectives will follow him to the grocery store. They are waiting for him to make a mistake, to contact an accomplice, or to return to the crime scene. He is wrapped in a suffocating blanket of law enforcement. And then there is the second variable, the shadow lingering over my own shoulder. Detective Ronin. I cannot simply slip out into the night wearing my navy rain jacket. Ronin knows my routine. Ronin knows the exact duration of my lunch breaks. He is studying my breathing patterns. If Ben Arthur is unaccounted for during the exact window of time that Marcus Vance Jr. meets a sudden, tragic demise, Ronin will not need physical evidence. He will simply know. I sit perfectly still in the flickering fluorescent light of the basement archives. My hands remain folded on the desk. The challenge before me is a masterpiece of impossibility. I must execute a highly protected, heavily surveilled target. I must do it in a way that leaves absolutely no biological or digital trace. And I must do it while remaining under the constant, suffocating observation of a veteran homicide detective who is desperately waiting for me to blink. A normal man would surrender. A normal man would succumb to the paralyzing grip of paranoia and hide in the dark. I am not a normal man. I am the architect. I look at the perfectly aligned pens on my desk. The corners of my mouth do not move, but deep within the cold, isolated architecture of my mind, I begin to smile. This is not a crisis. This is a beautiful, terrifying equation. and I am going to solve it in plain sight. Time is a reliable mechanism. It moves forward in measurable, predictable increments. A second, a minute, an hour. But for the past 7 days, time has felt like a physical weight pressing against my chest, slowly cracking the ribs of my carefully constructed reality. The routine of Ben Arthur has become a grueling, suffocating theater. Every morning I sit at my desk in the basement archives. I align my pins, I file the paperwork, and I feel the heavy, exhausted gaze of Detective Ronan burning into the back of my neck. He visits the archives more frequently now. He does not always speak. Sometimes he simply stands by the water cooler, sipping his peppermint-laced coffee, watching the way my hands move across the keyboard. I am forced to perform the role of the mundane paralegal with an agonizing, microscopic perfection. But when the sun sets and the city is swallowed by the freezing Seattle rain, the gray suit is discarded. The shadow emerges. For 7 consecutive nights, I have slipped out of my pristine apartment building through the subterranean maintenance shafts, bypassing the lobby cameras entirely. I navigate the city like a ghost, migrating toward the affluent, heavily wooded suburb of Magnolia. This is where Marcus Vance Jr. resides. He does not live in an apartment. He lives in a 2-story, mid-century modern house sitting at the dead end of a quiet, manicured cul-de-sac. It is a fortress of paranoia. And for 7 nights, I have stood in the freezing mud of the dense pine trees behind his property line, watching him. He does not leave. He is a rat trapped in a luxury cage. The heavy velvet curtains of the house are drawn tight, but the interior lights cast erratic, pacing shadows against the fabric. He is terrified. He knows the narcotics syndicate wants him dead for butchering their enforcers. He knows the DA's office is waiting for him to make a single procedural mistake. He survives entirely on high-end food delivery services. A driver drops a paper bag on the porch, rings the bell, and leaves. 10 minutes later, the front door opens exactly 3 inches. A pale, trembling hand snatches the bag, and the deadbolt violently clicks shut. I cannot intercept him in transit because there is no transit. He is entirely static. And he is guarded. The police surveillance is robust and frustratingly competent. An unmarked dark gray Ford Explorer sits at the mouth of the cul-de-sac, its engine idling constantly to keep the heater running. There are 2 plainclothes detectives inside at all times. I have spent these 7 nights mapping their exact protocols. I know their faces. I know their coffee habits. I know that they change shifts exactly at 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. The shift change takes precisely 4 minutes. During those 4 minutes, the outgoing vehicle drives away before the incoming vehicle fully positions itself. It is a 4-minute window of unobserved darkness. But 4 minutes is not enough time to cross the lawn, bypass the heavy biometric locks on the front door, locate a terrified man inside a dark house, execute him without leaving a trace, and vanish back into the tree line. I spent the days researching his security matrix from the encrypted terminal in the basement. I routed my queries through a VPN bouncing off a server in Estonia. Marcus's house is ringed by high-definition optical sensors. There is a camera embedded in his doorbell. There is a motion-activated floodlight camera above the garage. The neighbor across the street has a surveillance system that inadvertently captures the lower half of Marcus's driveway. To walk up to that house is to step onto a heavily lit stage with an audience of federal investigators waiting in the wings. I am completely boxed in. I am trapped in a geometric impossibility. And then, yesterday afternoon, the impossible situation became an absolute terminal crisis. I was in the archives when Isolde summoned me to the third floor. I walked into her office. She was standing by the window, looking down at the rain, her posture rigid with an aggressive, predatory frustration. The DA's office had been publicly humiliated by Marcus's release, and Isolde does not tolerate humiliation. It offends her sense of universal order. "Arthur," she had said, not turning around, "we lost the double homicide on a procedural technicality, but Marcus Vance Jr. spray-painted the vigilante's signature on that wall. He claimed to be the shadow, so I am going to give him what he wants." She turned around. Her desk was covered in manila folders. I recognized them instantly. "I am pulling every unsolved cold case that bears the hallmark of this so-called vigilante," Isolde stated, her eyes burning with a terrifying, absolute clarity. "I want the Thaddeus Black files. I want the Elias Thorne disappearance. I want the municipal inspector's suspicious toxicology report. If Vance wants to be the vigilante, I am going to build a retroactive RICO and serial murder case that will bury him under a federal penitentiary for the next 3 centuries." My heart rate, the perfect metronomic 60 beats per minute that I have maintained for years, suddenly faltered. It spiked to 90, then 100. "I need you to digitize every piece of forensic evidence from those old cases, Arthur," she commanded. "I am going to personally review every fingerprint, every chemical residue report, and every autopsy. I will find the thread that connects Marcus Vance to all of them." I nodded. I gathered the files with steady hands, but internally, the architecture of my mind was collapsing in a state of sheer, unadulterated panic. Isolde is a genius. She is a forensic savant. If she lays the chaotic, blood-soaked crime scene of Marcus Vance next to the sterile, flawless, chemically absolute elimination of Thaddeus Black, she will not see a connection. She will see a profound, glaring contradiction. She will realize that a weeping, frantic amateur with a blunt instrument is biologically incapable of the surgical precision required to erase a man via alkaline hydrolysis. She will realize there are 2 killers. She will realize the true vigilante is still out there. And she will turn her terrifying, flawless intellect away from Marcus, and she will begin hunting the ghost. And Detective Ronan, who is already watching the ghost drink coffee in the basement, will gladly help her connect the dots. I am out of time. The 7 days of patient surveillance are over. The luxury of waiting for Marcus to leave his fortress no longer exists. If I do not eliminate Marcus Vance Jr. and frame it as a tragic, guilt-ridden suicide before Isolde dissects my old case files, the system will devour me. I sit in the dark tree line behind Marcus's house. It is 2:45 a.m. The rain is soaking through the shoulders of my navy jacket. The cold is biting into my bones, but the panic in my chest burns like a furnace. The unmarked police cruiser is idling at the mouth of the cul-de-sac. In 15 minutes, the shift change will occur. The 4-minute window of darkness will open. I pull the heavy, suppressed firearm from my jacket. I check the chamber. I am going to have to walk into the jaws of the machine, slip past the cameras, breach the locked fortress, and execute a terrified animal in his own cage. The basement archives are completely silent. It is Tuesday afternoon. In exactly 48 hours, the nation will gorge itself on roasted poultry and artificial gratitude. Thanksgiving. To the masses, it is a holiday of gluttony and enforced family gatherings. To the architect of a flawless system, it is an unprecedented tactical opportunity. I sit at my terminal, my posture perfectly rigid, analyzing the municipal patrol schedules. On national holidays, human biology dictates a massive drop in cognitive performance. Police officers on surveillance duty will eat heavy, carbohydrate-loaded meals from styrofoam containers in their idling cruisers. They will listen to football games on the radio. They will think about their living rooms, their wives, their warm beds. Their reflexes will be dull. Their attention will drift. And Marcus Vance Jr. will be completely alone. The plan constructs itself in the dark theater of my mind with absolute geometric perfection. I cannot simply execute Marcus. I must provide Isolde with a narrative so neatly packaged, so profoundly tragic, that she closes every cold case associated with the vigilante. The narrative must be suicide. A desperate, broken man, crushed by the guilt of his crimes and the terror of the underworld, choosing to end his own life rather than face the consequences. Thursday arrives with a freezing, torrential downpour. Seattle is a ghost town. The streets are empty, the windows of the suburban houses glowing with the warm, pathetic light of domestic bliss. At 2:45 a.m., I am standing in the freezing mud of the dense pine trees behind Marcus's property line. I am wearing the unmarked navy rain jacket, the oversized boots, the double layer of latex and leather gloves. The rain masks the sound of my breathing. I look through the night vision monocular I requisitioned from an old federal evidence box 6 months ago. The unmarked police cruiser sits at the mouth of the cul-de-sac. Through the fogged windows, I can see the faint, flickering glow of a smartphone screen. The detectives are lethargic, entirely checked out. I wait for the rotation. 2:58 a.m. 2:59 a.m. At exactly 3 a.m., the brake lights of the Ford Explorer illuminate. The vehicle pulls away, rolling slowly down the wet asphalt to head back to the precinct. The replacement vehicle will not arrive for exactly 4 minutes. The window opens. I step out of the tree line. I do not run. Running introduces the risk of slipping on the wet grass and leaving a chaotic footprint. I glide. I know the exact blind spot of the motion-activated floodlight above the garage. I follow a mathematically precise trajectory, a narrow, 30-inch wide corridor of darkness that leads directly to the heavy oak front door. Marcus is terrified, but he is also foolish. He relies on a commercial biometric smart lock. Technology is vulnerable to a simple bypass. Every smart lock has a mechanical key override hidden beneath a magnetic plate for emergency power failures. I slide a slim tension wrench and a standard hook pick into the brass cylinder. My hands are completely steady. The rain pours over my hood. 1, 2, 3 pins set. The cylinder turns with a soft, heavy click. The entire breach takes 32 seconds. I step inside the fortress and ease the door shut behind me, engaging the deadbolt. The house is a mausoleum of paranoia. It smells of stale sweat, cheap whiskey, and rotting takeout food. The velvet curtains are drawn tight. The only light comes from a muted television playing an infomercial in the living room. I move silently down the hallway. Marcus Vance Jr. is slumped on an expensive leather sofa. He is wearing a stained white undershirt and wrinkled trousers. An empty bottle of bourbon rests on the glass coffee table, alongside a scattering of prescription pill bottles. He has been self-medicating, trying to drown the screaming terror in his own mind. He is unconscious, his mouth hanging open, breathing in ragged, uneven snores. He has done half the work for me. I step into the soft blue light of the television. I extract a pre-filled syringe from the inner pocket of my jacket. I am not going to hang him. A hanging leaves defensive scratch marks on the neck if the biological survival instinct overrides the sedative. An overdose is infinitely cleaner. It fits the narrative of a man surrounded by empty pill bottles and liquor. The syringe contains a massive, lethal concentration of fentanyl, mixed with a rapid-acting benzodiazepine. It is a chemical cocktail that will simply shut down his respiratory system. He will not thrash. He will not wake up. He will just stop breathing. I pull back his sleeve. I locate the vein in the crook of his arm. I plunge the needle and depress the plunger. The clear liquid vanishes into his bloodstream. I do not look at his face. I look at my watch. In less than 2 minutes, the central nervous system depression will become irreversible. While the chemistry does its work, I place the final piece of the equation on the glass coffee table, right beside the empty bourbon bottle. It is a suicide note, typed and printed on the exact model of laser printer sitting in Marcus's own home office, using paper I extracted from his own tray during a previous reconnaissance. The text is a masterpiece of emotional leakage. It reads like the frantic ramblings of a broken mind. It claims full responsibility for the death of his corrupt father. It claims responsible for the execution of Thaddeus Black. It details the overwhelming pressure of being the city's scales of justice and the paralyzing fear of the narcotics syndicate. It is a full, undeniable confession. The breathing on the sofa stops. The chest ceases to rise. The chaotic, defective variable has been permanently deleted from the universe. Before I leave, I look at the coffee table. Resting next to the spilled pills is a heavy, engraved silver money clip. It bears the initials of his father, Marcus Vance Sr. It is the perfect receipt. I slip the cold silver into my pocket. Another quiet addition for the dark steel safe hidden behind the boring landscape painting. I retrace my steps to the front door. I look through the peephole. The replacement police cruiser is just pulling into the cul-de-sac, its headlights sweeping across the wet pavement. I slip out the back door, locking it from the inside with the thumb turn, and melt perfectly into the freezing, rain-soaked tree line. The machine is safe. Isolde will read the confession tomorrow morning and close the files forever, sealing my perfect alibi into the official county records. And Detective Ronan, with all his suspicions and all his watchful patience, will be left holding nothing but the cold, empty air of a solved case. The mechanics of public perception are remarkably simple to manipulate if one understands the architecture of a bureaucracy. The public does not want the truth. The public wants a narrative that allows them to sleep peacefully. I sit at my desk in the basement archives, my posture perfectly aligned with the edge of the linoleum, watching the local news broadcast on my encrypted terminal. The feed is broadcasting live from the steps of the municipal courthouse. Isolde stands at the podium. The Seattle rain is falling around her, but she remains entirely unaffected, a statue of dark tailored wool and uncompromising authority. The flashbulbs of the press corps reflect in the wet pavement. Ladies and gentlemen, Isolde's voice cuts through the ambient noise of the city, sharp and definitive. At 3:40 this morning, the prime suspect in the recent Soto District double homicide, Marcus Vance Jr., was found deceased in his home. The medical examiner has preliminarily ruled the cause of death as a self-inflicted chemical overdose. Found at the scene was a detailed, typewritten document in which Mr. Vance took sole and absolute responsibility not only for the recent murders, but for the abduction and execution of Thaddeus Black and the poisoning of his own father, Municipal Inspector Marcus Vance Sr. I take a slow, measured sip of my tepid water. With this confession, Isolde continues, her face a mask of absolute professional stone, the district attorney's office is officially closing the investigation into the entity known as the Vigilante. The threat has been eradicated. The streets of Seattle are safe. She steps away from the podium, ignoring the chaotic barrage of shouted questions from the journalists. The machine has swallowed the bait perfectly. The heavy steel door has closed, locking my identity into the permanent darkness of an archived, solved case. 15 minutes later, a mass email hits my terminal. An all-staff briefing on the 3rd floor. mandatory attendance. I stand up. I smooth my gray tie. I walk to the elevator with the shuffling, insignificant gait of Ben Arthur. When I enter the large oak-paneled conference room on the 3rd floor, it is already packed with junior prosecutors, paralegals, and detectives. The air is thick with the smell of cheap coffee and profound institutional relief. I take a position in the very back corner, merging effortlessly into the shadows of the heavy bookcases. Isolde enters the room. The murmuring ceases instantly. She stands at the head of the long mahogany table. She does not smile. She looks at the exhausted faces of her staff. "I want to thank all of you," she begins, her voice lacking its usual razor-sharp edge, sounding instead heavy and burdened. "The last few weeks have tested the structural integrity of this office. You processed the warrants, you managed the press, and you built the initial cases. Unfortunately, we were denied the opportunity to prosecute Marcus Vance Jr. in a court of law. But the objective has been achieved. The case is closed. You may all return to your standard dockets." Inside my chest, a warm, golden satisfaction begins to spread. It is the closest thing I have ever felt to joy. It is the pure, unadulterated thrill of absolute mathematical victory. I am a god hidden in plain sight. I have re-engineered reality. I have rewritten the script of the city, removed its most chaotic variables, and commanded the highest legal authorities to certify my masterpiece. I am the perfect machine. The room begins to empty. The junior clerks and prosecutors shuffle out, eagerly returning to their mundane lives. I wait in the back corner, slowly packing a few spare legal pads into my leather briefcase, playing the role of the dutiful, lingering clerk. As the room clears, Isolde remains at the head of the table. She is looking down at a copy of the printed suicide note, the exact piece of paper I placed on that glass coffee table hours ago. Detective Ronan walks back into the room, holding his battered paper cup. He stops next to Isolde. "Press bought it," Ronan grunts, his raspy voice echoing slightly in the emptying room. "The captain is popping champagne in his office. We got our neat little bow." I freeze. I am completely out of their line of sight, obscured by the heavy oak door frame, but the acoustics of the room carry every syllable directly to my ears. "They bought it because it is what they desperately needed to buy, Ronan," Isolde says softly. "But you aren't buying it," Ronan replies. Not a question, a statement of fact. I stop breathing. The golden satisfaction in my chest turns to a block of solid ice. "The physical evidence matches," Isolde, her fingers tracing the edges of the printed suicide note. "The forensics, the fentanyl, the printer ink, the timeline. It all fits into the box perfectly. But the psychology, Ronan, the logic is fundamentally corrupted." "How so?" "Marcus Vance was a weeping, hysterical amateur," Isolde says, her voice tightening with a terrifying, predatory intellect. "I read the transcript of his initial arrest. He could barely form a coherent sentence. He was a creature of pure, unfiltered panic. And yet, this suicide note, it is a masterpiece of bureaucratic clarity. The syntax is clinical. The sentence structure is entirely devoid of emotional leakage. It reads like a legal brief. It reads like a post-mortem summary written by a forensic accountant, not a terrified addict preparing to die." My hands grip the leather handle of my briefcase so tightly the knuckles turn completely white. "So what are you saying, Isolde?" Ronan asks, his voice. "I am saying the machine has been compromised," Isolde replies, looking up from the paper, staring into the middle distance of the empty room. "I am saying Marcus Vance Jr. didn't write this. He was a convenient, messy scapegoat. The real vigilante didn't just kill Thaddeus Black. He walked into Marcus Vance's house last night, executed him, and handed us this neatly typed lie to close the investigation." She, and the silence in the room is suffocating. "He is still out there, Ronan, and he knows exactly how we think. I step backward into the corridor. I do not make a sound. I do not run. But my mind is suddenly engulfed in a blinding, chaotic inferno. I take the stairs down to the basement, unable to wait for the slow mechanics of the elevator. The fluorescent lights of the archives no longer feel like the comforting glow of a sanctuary. They feel like the harsh, exposing glare of an interrogation room. I sit at my desk. I stare at the perfectly aligned Japanese drafting fine liners. The machine is not perfect. I made an error. It was not a physical error. It was not a fingerprint, a footprint, or a strand of DNA. It was an error of arrogance. I projected my own clinical, geometric intellect onto a creature of chaos. I wrote the confession the way Ben Arthur would write a confession, not the way a fractured, weeping addict would write one. Isolde, the goddess of order, the woman I worshipped for her flawless perception, had perceived the one thing I tried to hide. She saw the ghost in the syntax. She saw the shadow in the grammar. The case is officially closed, yes. The police will stop looking. But Isolde will not. She will keep that printed note on her desk. She will read it every single day. She will analyze the vocabulary. She will cross-reference the phrasing against every legal brief, every internal memo, every deposition summary ever filed in this building. I reach out with a trembling hand and move my black fine liner a fraction of an inch to the left, trying to restore the geometry of my desk. But the geometry is gone. The silence of the basement is deafening. I am alive. I am unarrested. I am entirely free. But as I stare into the dark, flickering corners of the archive room, a chilling, absolute realization burrows into my spine. I am no longer the invisible hunter. I am trapped in a glass cage, and the smartest predator in the city is already looking for the cracks.
Most people think the danger in a dark bedroom comes from the things they might see. Shadows in the corner, a figure at the foot of the bed, something standing over them. But what if the real danger never rises above the mattress at all? What if the thing you need to fear is the very surface you trust to hold you each night? Because there are stories, quiet ones, unrecorded ones, about people who woke not from nightmares, but from the feeling that something was breathing beneath them, not beside them, not above them, directly beneath. A slow inhale, a softer exhale, a rhythm that did not match their own, a presence that didn't want to be seen, only felt, only heard, only allowed to rise when the body above it became weak enough, open enough, shaped enough to let it in. They say it doesn't crawl toward you. It crawls up into you. And if you've ever woken with the feeling that the bed beneath you moved, that the mattress rose for a moment, that your lungs didn't quite feel like your own, then you already know its name. You just haven't admitted it yet. The bed frame crawler. The thin wooden slats that separate you from whatever waits in the hollow darkness beneath your sleeping body. For centuries, parents warned their children not to dangle their feet over the edge of the bed, not because monsters would grab them, but because something might notice the shift in weight, the slight change in breathing, the invitation of warmth leaking through the mattress. They feared a presence older than folklore, older than nightmares, older than anything that crawls or climbs or speaks. Its existence was whispered about in rural towns where wooden floors creak under the slightest pressure, in old dormitories where students woke gasping for air, in orphanages where children refused to sleep alone after hearing the sound of breathing from the underside of their beds. These stories were not recorded. They were not written down. They were passed quietly from one trembling voice to another, each survivor repeating the same detail. It started with the sound under the bed. A faint rhythm, barely audible, like someone lying directly beneath you, inhaling, exhaling, matching your breath for breath. At first, the sound seems harmless, almost imagined, a trick of an overtired mind. But over nights, it grows clearer, stronger, closer. And eventually, you realize something horrifying. It isn't matching your breath. It's learning it. One of the earliest documented testimonies came from a man who lived in a century-old farmhouse. He said that for weeks he felt uneasy when he lay down at night, as though the mattress curved slightly inward beneath him. He thought it was age, bad springs, a structural sag. But then, late one night, he heard it. A slow, heavy inhalation rising from beneath the bed frame. The sound was muffled, distorted by the wood, but unmistakably alive. He held his breath, thinking it might be his imagination. The sound beneath him held its breath too. He exhaled. The sound exhaled. He whispered, "Hello?" Something under the bed shifted, gently, as if turning its head toward the sound of his voice. In his final written account, he described the moment when he understood the truth. It wasn't copying me. It was syncing with me, learning the exact timing of my lungs, waiting for the moment when we would breathe as one. The bed frame crawler is different from other night entities. It does not sit on the chest. It does not press from above. It does not paralyze through weight. Instead, it influences from below. It learns the underside of the body, the soft spaces between the ribs, the delicate architecture of breath. Survivors report the same progression. First comes the sound, then the sink, and finally, the shift. The shift is when the mattress seems to sink, not sharply, not with force, but slowly, gradually, as if something beneath it is lifting its face closer to your spine. Victims describe feeling warmth radiating upward, a hot, humid breath rising through the mattress fabric, nearly touching the skin of their back. Some felt the faint brushing of fingers tracing the wooden slats beneath them. Others felt the steady push of weight from below, pressing upward just enough to disturb their breath. And then there are those who experienced the final stage, when the demon's breathing grows louder than their own, when its inhale becomes deeper, stronger, more demanding, until the victim begins to feel their lungs following the demon's rhythm instead of their own. One man wrote that he tried to take a deep breath one night, only to discover that the air no longer entered his chest freely. It came in short, shallow pulls, as though something beneath him was drawing the air downward, claiming part of his breath as its own. He said, "It felt like the bed was inhaling for me." Those who reach this stage rarely stay in their homes. They leave, move, flee in the middle of the night. But the demon does not rely on location. It relies on breath. Once it has studied the rhythm of your lungs, once it has felt your weight above it, once it has synced with the cadence of your sleep, it no longer needs the bed. It only needs you. For many victims, the second stage of the bed frame crawler does not begin with a sound, but with a sensation. A subtle shift beneath the mattress, a tightening in the lungs, a breath that feels slightly unfamiliar, not painful, not alarming, just wrong. It often happens during the fragile minutes between wakefulness and sleep, when the mind drifts, when the body loosens. when the chest rises and falls with slow, vulnerable rhythm. Victims describe lying down at night, exhausted, only to feel a faint resistance during their inhale, as if the air hesitates before entering their lungs. They try to take a deeper breath, believing it to be stress or poor posture or fatigue. But the breath comes shallow, tight, narrow, and then they hear it. Not underneath the bed this time, but beneath their ribs. A soft echo, a mirrored inhale, a breath that is not theirs, but moves with them, as if something beneath the mattress has pressed its own breath up through the fabric and into the victim's body. One woman described lying on her back when she felt a warm patch beneath her spine, heat rising from the mattress as though something were pressing its face directly against the underside of the bed frame. She thought it was her imagination until the warmth moved, sliding slowly toward the center of her back, following the path of her lungs. When she inhaled, the warmth pulsed upward. When she exhaled, the warmth retreated, as though the demon were trying to enter her breath, not her body. Others report a distinct physical shift, the feeling of the mattress subtly lifting with each of their inhales, as though something underneath is gently pushing upward, matching the expansion of their lungs. Victims often place a hand on their chest, upward push that made his breath hitch. But within days, he found himself waking repeatedly with the sensation of being lifted ever so slightly, as if the bed itself were rising beneath him. He thought there must be a draft, or settling wood, or faulty springs, until the night he lifted his head and saw the mattress bulge upward for a split second, as though something inside his lungs. He felt his chest tighten involuntarily. He tried to breathe faster. The breath beneath him quickened. He held his breath. The breath beneath him stopped. Then, as his lungs burned for air, the demon inhaled first, and his lungs followed. Victims who reach this level describe a terrifying realization that their breathing is no longer entirely their own. Something beneath them has begun to influence the rhythm, adjusting the timing, controlling the depth, guiding the movement of their chest as though tuning an instrument. One survivor said, "It felt like I was breathing someone else's air." Another said, "I stopped being able to tell where my breath ended and its breath began." Another wrote, "It was using me to practice." Some experience physical symptoms, tightness between the ribs, soreness along the spine, the sensation of pressure spreading outward from beneath the lungs. Doctors call it stress, muscle tension, anxiety. But the marks left behind tell a different story. Some victims awake with red pressure lines along their backs, shaped like fingers or like hands pressing upward, or like the outline of something with too many joints. The worst cases involve the shift of weight beneath the mattress. Survivors report feeling the entire bed tilt, subtly at first, then more distinctly, as if something beneath them is adjusting its position. They feel the demon pressing upward into their spine, aligning itself with their lungs, its breath moving through the bed frame like heat through old wood. And in the silence of those nights, when the victim lies frozen between terror and disbelief, the demon learns the final detail it needs. It learns the exact point where the ribs begin to strain, the point where air becomes effort, the point where fear becomes breath. For once the bed frame crawler has mapped the underside of your body, once it knows the shape of your lungs, once it understands the rhythm of your breath, it is no longer beneath the bed. It is beneath you. By the time the bed frame crawler reaches the third stage of its approach, it no longer treats the body above it as a mere subject of observation, but as a structure to be aligned, shaped, prepared. Survivors rarely recognize this shift at first. They believe they are still dealing with the subtle breathing beneath the mattress, the soft pressure under their spine, the faint warmth rising through the bed frame. But the demon's intent evolves quietly, gradually, until every breath the victim takes feels just slightly out of place. The first change is often a strange stiffness at the base of the ribs. Victims report feeling as though something inside them has been tugged or stretched during the night. Not enough to cause bruising or sharp pain, but enough to leave a dull, lingering ache. Doctors describe it as costal inflammation, strained intercostal muscles, poor sleeping posture. Victims learn quickly that none of these explanations make sense. The ache is too even, too symmetrical, too deeply tied to the rhythm of their breathing. One woman said the pain felt like a bruise forming along the inside of my ribs, as if the pressure had come from within, not outside. That internal ache is the first sign of alignment. The second sign is more disturbing: changes in the timing of breath. Survivors often find themselves inhaling too early, exhaling too late, pausing unintentionally as though their lungs are responding to an unfamiliar cue. Some describe the sensation as being led into each breath, as if their lungs are being nudged from beneath, timed to follow a rhythm that does not belong to them. One man reported waking in the middle of the night with the overwhelming sense that his lungs were expanding on their own, not under his command, not in time with his thoughts, but with something breathing beneath him. The third sign is unmistakable, and it marks the moment the demon begins merging the victim's breath with its own. It happens during a natural inhale, slow, relaxed, vulnerable. The victim takes in air, and for the first time, feels resistance not from the lungs or the diaphragm, but from below. A soft pressure rises, pressing gently against the underside of the rib cage. Not enough to stop the breath, but enough to shape it. Victims describe this as breathing through someone else's timing. Some say it feels like two sets of lungs trying to fill the same space. One survivor, a young woman who kept detailed notes of her encounters, described an especially terrifying moment. She lay in bed, drifting between sleep and waking, when she felt the mattress shift beneath her. Not a sharp movement, just a subtle, deliberate tilt, as though something underneath had raised one shoulder, or one side of its chest. As she inhaled, her breath faltered. She felt her lungs turning slightly, adjusting to the angle beneath her. She exhaled, and the angle corrected itself. She inhaled again, and the mattress tilted further upward, forcing her ribs to expand in a different direction. She said it felt like the demon was guiding the shape of her breath. Sev victims experienced this same phenomenon: small but precise movements of the mattress, subtle shifts in pressure that align the spine, adjustments beneath the ribs, all aimed at controlling how the lungs expand. Not violently, not abruptly, but with the patience of a creature that understands exactly how the human body yields under slow, steady influence. As the alignment worsens, victims begin to feel the demon's breath merging with their own more clearly. They sense its inhale beneath them, long, slow, steady, drawing warmth from the mattress. And when they inhale, their breath feels as though it is being pulled downward, siphoned, shared. The demon exhales, and the victim's exhale feels forced, pushed out of them by something beneath the bed. One man described the experience as breathing downward, as if gravity had shifted inside his chest. Some survivors wake with marks on their back, long, thin indents running horizontally, in patterns consistent with fingers bracing against the wooden slats beneath the mattress. Others find the bed frame itself bowing upward, as though strained by the weight of something that isn't supposed to exist. One woman discovered hairline fractures in the wood beneath her bed, small splintered cracks that curved outward as if something had pushed up, not down. No explanation fit. No natural cause seemed even remotely possible. The most chilling stories come from those who felt the demon adjusting their body directly. They describe pressure along the ribs that moves like a hand sliding beneath the skin, the sensation of their lungs shifting inward slightly, or outward, as though being reshaped for something precise. Some wake with the feeling that their chest cavity has narrowed during the night. Others feel an unnatural looseness, too much space between breaths, as if their body is preparing to share its air with another. The alignment is not a single event. It is a process. Slow, silent, calculated. Victims describe waking exhausted, as if they had spent hours breathing in someone else's pattern. They feel stretched from within, weakened, subtly altered. And the demon grows more confident with each night. Its timing becomes sharper, its breath stronger, its influence deeper. Once the bed frame crawler has aligned itself beneath the ribs, once it can anticipate the victim's breaths, once it knows exactly where the body yields, then the nights begin to change. The mattress no longer just shifts, it rises, it tightens, it responds. For the demon has moved from studying breath to synchronizing breath, to shaping breath. The next stage is far worse. As the bed frame crawler grows more familiar with a victim's breath, with the timing of their inhalations, with the soft spaces between their ribs, a transformation begins beneath the mattress. What was once faint warmth and subtle shifting becomes something far more deliberate, far more architectural. Survivors describe this stage not as haunting, but as construction, as if the demon is rebuilding the bed frame from below, shaping it into the perfect structure for what comes next. The changes always begin with tension in the wood. Victims wake during the night to the sound of creaking beneath them, not the harmless settling of old boards, but rhythmic strain, wood bending under a pressure that moves with purpose. They lie still, listening to the groaning beneath their spine, feeling the bed frame tighten beneath their weight, as if the entire structure is being pulled upward toward them. One man wrote that he woke to the unmistakable sensation of the mattress lifting in short, shallow pulses with every breath he took. Each inhale raised the bed slightly. Each exhale lowered it, until the entire frame seemed to be breathing with him. He pressed his hands into the mattress, expecting it to flatten under his weight. It didn't. Something beneath it held firm, as though a second set of lungs existed below the wood, controlling the rise and fall. Another survivor described the moment she realized the frame was changing shape. She shifted her position during the night, rolling onto her side, and felt the slats beneath her bending sharply upward, following her movement with uncomfortable precision. She froze, and the pressure stopped. But when she exhaled, the slats rose again, aligning directly beneath her ribs, as though the demon had moved its body to maintain contact. She compared the sensation to lying on a creature that adjusted itself for maximum pressure. Those who survive this stage often report the same chilling realization. The bed frame is no longer supporting them. It is holding them. One woman explained it this way. It felt like the bed was cupping my body, forming around me, shaping itself to fit me. She said the slats beneath her curved upward each night, forming a shallow cradle that pressed her ribs inward just slightly enough to alter her breathing, but not enough to leave marks. When she tried to lie flat on her back, the bed frame bowed upward to meet her spine. When she tried to roll away from the center, the wood tilted, guiding her back into position. The demon was building a mold. As this stage progresses, victims begin to experience the most disturbing phenomenon yet: the upward pull. It begins subtly, like gravity weakening in the wrong direction. The mattress feels tighter. The springs no longer sink under weight. They stretch upward, resisting the body as if something beneath is gripping the frame and pulling it toward the ceiling. Victims describe waking with their spines slightly arched, their ribs lifted higher than normal, their chest expanded as though mid-inhale. Some report waking in positions that defy comfort or anatomy, backs curved unnaturally, shoulders lifted, rib cage elevated. One man said he woke with his chest suspended several centimeters off the mattress, the bed frame pressing upward hard enough to hold him aloft. He remembered hearing breathing beneath him. Slow. Steady. Satisfied. Another survivor endured a night where the frame shifted in long, sweeping movements beneath her body. She said it felt like lying on a creature that had begun to stretch after a long sleep. The slats rose and fell beneath her spine in a rolling motion, guiding her lungs into deeper, more controlled inhalations. She tried to resist, forcing herself to take shallow breaths, but each time she did, the upward pressure increased, pushing into her ribs until she surrendered to the deeper inhale the demon demanded. The worst cases involve fractures in the wood. Victims wake to find splintering beneath the mattress, thin cracks across multiple slats, bending outward as if pushed from below. These breaks are not random. They form patterns, symmetrical arcs beneath where the lungs rest, fractured curves beneath the sternum, long splinters aligned with the rise and fall of breath. One investigator documented a case where the bed frame had collapsed entirely under upward pressure. The slats snapped not from weight above, but from a force pushing them upward. The victim survived only because they slept in another room that night. But the indentation in the collapsed frame looked unmistakably like the shape of a human torso pressed upward from the inside. After this stage, victims often develop a new fear, not of sleeping, but of lying down at all. Many refuse to use beds. Some sleep on rugs, on couches, on floors. But the demon is patient. It has already mapped the breath. It has memorized the ribs. It has shaped the frame to match the victim's lungs. And once it completes that work, it no longer needs wood or springs or a mattress. Because the next phase is when the bed frame crawler begins to rise higher, pressing not just into the frame, not just into the mattress, but into the body itself. Once the upward pull reaches the spine, the demon is ready for the fourth stage, the stage where the body stops resisting and starts yielding. Victims who reach the fifth stage of the bed frame crawler's approach often struggle to describe what happens to them, not because the events are unclear, but because the sensations defy anything the human body is meant to understand. This is the stage where the demon stops merely shaping the bed frame beneath the victim. It begins shaping the victim themselves. The pressure rises not from wood, not from the mattress, but from somewhere far deeper, as though the creature beneath is trying to push its way through the physical boundaries that separate its breath from the human ribcage above. The first sign is the distortion of the spine. Survivors report waking with a strange tightness running down the center of their back, a tension that feels like someone has gently but firmly cupped their spine from below. Some describe it as a subtle lifting, an unnatural elongation, the sensation of being stretched a few millimeters upward during sleep, only for the body to snap back into place the moment they rise. Physicians dismiss this as muscle strain. Victims know better. They can feel the difference between soreness and reshaping. One man said he woke one morning with the distinct sensation that his spine had been aligned perfectly during the night. Too perfectly. His vertebrae felt as though they had been arranged with clinical precision, each bone positioned exactly where it should be, but in a way that felt foreign, incorrect, almost architectural. He said he could feel the echo of hands that were never on his skin, long, cold fingers pressing upward through the mattress, adjusting his backbone one segment at a time. Another survivor experienced something even more unsettling. She described lying in bed, unable to sleep, when she felt the mattress beneath her begin to rise in a slow, deliberate arc beneath her lower back. Not a sudden movement, not a jolt, but a gradual lift, as though the slats were being pushed upward by something enormous and patient. She tried to shift her weight, but the pressure followed her, aligning perfectly beneath her spine. Each time she inhaled, the upward pressure increased slightly, lifting her spine higher, forcing her lungs to expand in ways that felt unnatural. She said, "It felt like something inside the mattress was trying to fit itself into the space beneath my backbone." Other victims report a sensation of spreading warmth beneath their spine. Not comforting warmth, but a humid, suffocating heat, like breath trapped under the bed trying to seep through the fabric. The heat moves up and down the spine in waves, following the path of the vertebrae. When the victim inhales, the warmth rises. When they exhale, it lowers, creating the impression that something beneath them is synced not only to their breath, but to the movement of their spinal column. The most advanced cases describe a phenomenon they call the spinal echo, a second, foreign breath felt directly beneath the backbone. Victims say it feels like lungs beneath the bed frame expand and contract in perfect opposition to their own. When they inhale, the presence beneath exhales, pushing upward, pressing into the ribs from below. When they exhale, the demon inhales, pulling downward, dragging the breath from the victim's lungs in a way that feels almost parasitic. One man described waking with the sensation that something had wrapped itself around the underside of his spine, pressing upward with each of its breaths. He said he felt the shape of its inhale, wide, powerful, full, and the pressure lifted his ribcage involuntarily, as if forcing his lungs to follow its rhythm. When he tried to resist, the upward pressure intensified, forcing a deep, trembling inhalation from him. It felt like surrender, like giving his lungs over to something else, like breathing for two bodies. Some survivors wake with marks along their backs, indentations that follow the natural line of the spine but are too deep, too symmetrical, too deliberate to be accidental. Thin red streaks parallel to each vertebra, impressions that resemble elongated knuckles or joints, the imprint of something pushing upward with precision. Others find faint bruising along the lower ribs, bruises shaped like the tips of fingers pressing into soft tissue. One woman reported waking with a long, thin scratch that ran from the base of her spine up to the middle of her back. There were no pets in the house, no partner, no sharp objects in her bed. The mark was perfectly straight, aligned with her spine. Too intentional to be random. She said it felt like a line drawn beneath her skin, a guide of sorts, preparing her body for deeper pressure. The bed frame itself begins to act unnaturally during this stage. Some victims report hearing deep, groaning tension beneath them, wood bending inward, not downward. Others hear rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming the underside of the mattress in time with their breathing. A few describe feeling the bed frame push into their spine with brief, pulsing thrusts, as though the demon is testing how much upward force the bones can withstand without breaking. When the demon ascends fully beneath the backbone, The victim experiences the most primal fear a human body can produce, the fear of something trying to merge with the spine, something trying to align its breath beneath the ribs, something trying to lift the lungs into its own rhythm, until the victim cannot tell where their breath ends and the demon's breath begins. Those who survive this stage rarely speak of the physical sensations. They speak instead of the moment they realized they were no longer lying on a bed at all, but on a living presence that had risen far enough to feel like a second spine beneath their own. And once the bed frame crawler reaches the spine, it is only one breath away from reaching the heart. By the 6th stage of the bed frame crawler's progression, the demon has learned the full extent of the victim's breath, the rhythm of their inhale, the softness of their ribs, the exact points where the spine yields. And once it has mapped those patterns, it begins its slow, deliberate ascent toward the center of the body, the heart. This stage is not violent, it is not sudden. It is, in every survivor's words, inevitable. The first sign is always subtle. Victims describe a faint tug behind the sternum, something deep inside the chest that feels slightly off-center. Not pain, not pressure, just a gentle pull, as though an invisible thread beneath the ribs is drawing the heart downward toward the mattress. Most dismiss it as anxiety, indigestion, muscle tension. But the feeling doesn't go away. It grows, deepens, sharpens. Soon the victim notices that the tug intensifies each time they lie on their back. The moment gravity settles their body into the mattress, the sensation rises, as if something beneath them has been waiting for that exact position. One man described it as the feeling of a hand beneath my heart, cupping it. Another said it felt like a soft hook tugging at the deepest part of my chest. But the most chilling account came from a woman who wrote, "It felt like something was trying to get behind my heartbeat, to sync with it." This tug is the beginning of the heartward creep. The second sign is the change in heartbeat itself. Victims begin to feel their pulse against the mattress, a strange, muffled thud that vibrates through the fabric. At first, it feels like their own heart echoing downward, but soon they realize the truth. The heartbeat beneath them is not theirs. It is slower, deeper, heavier. It pulses upward through the bed frame, through the slats, through the mattress, until it resonates against the victim's spine. When their heart beats, the pulse beneath lags by half a second, then a quarter, then less, until the two rhythms begin to converge. Survivors say this is the moment they understood the terror fully. The demon wasn't just sinking breath anymore. It was sinking pulse. One man woke one night drenched in cold sweat. He had felt a slow, heavy pulse beneath his body for weeks, but that night, it was stronger, clearer, sharp enough that he could feel each beat lifting his chest slightly off the mattress. He placed his hand on his sternum and froze. His own heartbeat no longer felt like his. It felt slower, dragged downward, guided by something beneath him. He tried to force his heart to beat faster. Panic usually does that, but the heavy pulse beneath the bed slowed him, pulled him back, controlled the rhythm. He said, "I realized I was not scared because my heart was racing. I was scared because it wasn't allowed to." The third sign is auditory. Victims begin hearing soft, wet sounds beneath the bed. Not breathing, not shifting wood. Something else, something organic. Some describe it as the slow press of flesh against wood, others as a deep, resonant thud that matches the rhythm of their own heartbeat. A few report hearing a faint humming like air moving through a hollow cavity, though the sound rises from beneath their ribs, not around them. One woman insisted that she could hear her own heartbeat echo beneath the bed frame, faintly distorted as though traveling through another body. And beneath the sternum, not stabbing pain, but pressure that feels like a finger pushing upward between the ribs. Some feel a tightness in the left side of the chest, a cold sensation behind the heart, or a shallow throbbing near the diaphragm. Doctors cannot explain this. ECGs come back normal. Imaging reveals nothing unusual. But the victims know the truth. Something beneath them shifts slightly to the right, or to the left, or upward, or downward, as though the heart itself is being nudged within the cavity. Survivors say it feels like the organ is not from shock, but from the upward pressure that pulsed from below. She gasped for air, clutching her chest, and the bed frame beneath her seemed to rise with her panic, following her breath, matching her heartbeat, controlling both. The bed frame crawler does not crush the heart. It does not stop it outright. It presses, adjusts, synchronizes, until the victim's heartbeat becomes a reflection of its own. And once the demon reaches this stage, the victim becomes aware of a horrifying truth. The heart is not the demon's destination. Beneath breath and spine, in the fragile space where fear and survival converge, the next stage is the merging. And no survivor describes it without trembling. By the time the bed frame crawler reaches the 7th stage, the victim is no longer simply being observed, studied, or aligned. Something far more intimate begins to unfold. Something that survivors describe not as an attack, but as an intrusion. The demon no longer remains beneath the mattress as a separate presence. It presses upward in a way that blurs the line between bodies. Its breath mingles with the victim's. Its pulse shapes the victim's heartbeat. And slowly, carefully, it begins to merge with the very center of the victim's fear. The first sign is the sense of weightlessness, not above the body, but inside it. Victims report moments when their chest feels oddly hollow, as if the air inside them has shifted to make room for something else. They inhale, and the breath feels thin, stretched, unfamiliar. They exhale, and something beneath the ribs seems to catch the air before it leaves the body. This is not suffocation. It is not pressure. It is something far more disturbing. Shared breathing. One woman described lying in bed, staring at the ceiling when she felt her lungs tighten unexpectedly. She tried to inhale, but the air stopped halfway, held in place by a warmth rising from beneath the mattress. As she struggled to finish the breath, she realized the warmth beneath her spine was moving with her lungs, expanding as she expanded, contracting as she contracted, aligning with her body so perfectly that she could no longer distinguish where her breath ended and the demon's began. She whispered, "Stop," into the darkness, and something beneath her whispered back, not in words, but in a gentle, mocking exhale. Another victim, a man who had endured months of encounters, reported waking one night with the sensation that his chest cavity was full. Not with fluid, not with air, but with presence. He described it as a heavy warmth behind the heart, pressing outward in slow, rhythmic pulses. Each pulse lifted his ribcage a fraction of an inch, as though a heartbeat from below was now beating inside him. He pressed his hand to his chest and froze. His heart did not match the rhythm he felt. His real heart beat normally. The second heartbeat belonged to something else. He wrote, "It was breathing through me, not for me, through me." Victims begin experiencing strange distortions of sense at this stage, brief moments where they feel two pulses in their body, two breaths in their lungs, two sets of ribs expanding. Some describe moments of dual awareness, as if their consciousness is being nudged aside by something that sees through their lungs, through their breath, through their spine. Many survivors speak of hearing the demon for the first time during this stage. Not its footsteps, not shifting wood, not its own breathing, but their own breathing, played back from beneath the bed, slightly delayed, slightly distorted, as though the demon is rehearsing it, practicing it, perfecting it. One woman recounted an especially horrifying moment. She lay awake, paralyzed not by sleep, but by dread, when she heard her own exhale echo from under the mattress. It wasn't perfectly mimicked, it was deeper, wetter, vibrating through the slats. She inhaled sharply. The sound beneath her inhaled as well. She held her breath. The sound held its breath. Then, when she could no longer resist the urge to breathe, she gasped for air, and the presence beneath her gasped first. As merging deepens, victims begin to feel physical sensations that defy every natural instinct. Some report the sense of fingers sliding between their ribs, not piercing the skin, but pressing upward from beneath as though bone were soft. Others feel an upward pull inside their chest, as if their lungs are being drawn downward toward the mattress. A few survivors describe the feeling of movement behind the heart, a slow shifting like something pushing outward from inside the chest cavity. One man claimed that as he lay still, unable to move, he felt something settle behind his sternum, a mass, warm and pulsing, pressing against his heart. For a moment, his heartbeat stuttered, skipping 2 beats. The upward pulse beneath his back filled the silence, thudding through his ribs, demanding that his real heart follow its lead. He said his heart obeyed, not willingly, but helplessly. It fell into rhythm with the thing beneath him, and for the first time, he felt the terror of losing control, not of his breath, but of his life's rhythm. Other victims experience what they describe as inward breathing, the sensation that their lungs are being pulled toward the bed rather than expanding outward. They inhale, and the air seems to travel downward, deeper than the body allows, as if descending into something waiting just beneath the skin. Some describe moments when the lungs feel too full, stretched beyond their capacity, as though the demon is filling them with its own breath. The merging reaches its climax when the mattress begins to respond in real time. Victims report the bed rising beneath them, not in random pulses, but in perfect response to their heartbeat. The slats lift with every thud of the demon's pulse, pressing upward into the spine, guiding the heart into alignment. The mattress warms beneath the ribs, humid with the demon's breath, until the victim feels their chest tightening around it. The demon does not want to kill. Not yet. It wants the victim's breath to belong to it. It wants to feel their life move through its rhythm. It wants the heart to yield, the lungs to obey, the spine to align with its ascent. And when the victim finally feels the presence beneath their sternum, when they feel the heartbeat that is not theirs echo through their ribs, when they feel the breath that is not theirs expand inside their lungs, they know the merging is complete. The bed frame crawler has reached them. Not from above, not from the shadows, not from dreams, but from inside the breath itself. By the time the bed frame crawler reaches the 8th stage, The boundaries between its presence and the victim's body have grown dangerously thin. What began as faint breathing beneath the bed, subtle pressure along the ribs, gentle alignment of the spine, has now become something internal, something intimate, something invasive. The demon no longer presses up from beneath the mattress. It pushes through it, into the victim's lungs, into their heartbeat, into the fragile architecture of their body. Victims describe this phase as a transformation from inside, not outside. They wake not because of sound or movement, but because their own organs feel unfamiliar. Their lungs feel too tight. Their heart feels too heavy. Their breath feels too slow or too fast, or guided by something unseen. The first symptom is what survivors call borrowed lungs. They lie still in bed, waiting for sleep, when suddenly they feel their chest expand without effort. Their body inhales, but they did not choose to breathe in. They exhale, but the breath feels pushed out of them. The lungs move, but the will behind the breath is no longer theirs. One woman described the terror of realizing that her own breathing had been overwritten. She tried to hold her breath to test it, and her lungs inhaled anyway. A deep, slow pull of air that seemed to drag through her chest, downward, toward the mattress, as though the demon underneath was drawing her breath through its own lungs first. She wrote, "It was breathing through me, not with me." Another victim, a young man who survived only because he fled his home in the middle of the night, described feeling his lungs vibrate with a second rhythm. Not a heartbeat, not breath. Something else. Something that pulsed beneath his ribs like a distant echo. A resonance that matched neither his inhale nor his exhale. He said it felt like two sets of lungs existed in his chest, his own and the demon's. The second symptom is the distortion of the diaphragm. Victims begin to feel their stomach rise during inhale instead of their chest, or their ribs expand when they exhale, or their breath catch halfway through as though a hand inside the torso has tightened around the lungs. Doctors might call it a diaphragm spasm, but victims know better. The timing is too deliberate, the pattern too intentional, the pressure too synchronized. One man woke in the darkness feeling as though the lowest part of his ribs were being pulled downward with each inhale, as if the demon were drawing the breath toward itself from beneath the bed. Each exhale came with a faint upward shove, a push so subtle he wondered if he imagined it. But then he placed his hand on his chest and felt his own heartbeat responding to the pressure, shifting downward, slowing, matching the rhythm of the presence below him. The third symptom is the most universally reported: the internal weight. Victims describe feeling something pressing outward from inside their lungs, something dense, something warm, something that expands as they inhale. Not fluid, not a mass, not pain, but presence. A warmth behind the sternum that grows each night. A heaviness beneath the heart that pulses in slow, powerful beats. A sense that their breath is no longer filling empty lungs, but pushing against something waiting inside. One woman recounted a night when she tried to inhale deeply to calm herself, only to feel a force inside her chest push back. Not enough to stop the breath, but enough to shape it. Enough to let her know that the demon was no longer beneath her, but beneath her ribs. She felt her inhalation curve inward, bending into the pressure. When she exhaled, her breath left her as if squeezed from the inside. She said, "It was like something had settled inside my lungs and was testing the shape of them." As these internal pressures worsen, the victim's body begins to show signs in ways no doctor understands. Some develop bruising across the sternum, faint, symmetrical arcs that resemble pressure pushing outward from within rather than inward. Others wake with sharp pains along the rib margins, as if the ribs have expanded too far during the night. A few experience cracking sensations when stretching, soft, delicate pops along the cartilage, as though their ribs have been subtly reshaped by force. One survivor described the sensation of lying on a bed that lifted with every one of my heartbeats, and feeling those heartbeats thud against something just beneath the diaphragm. She felt the mattress pulse upward each time, not matching her rhythm but correcting it, nudging her heartbeat into alignment with the slow, heavy pulse coming from beneath the bed. The demon is no longer testing or sinking. It is conditioning, preparing the body, expanding the lungs, aligning the ribs, strengthening the diaphragm, weakening the heartbeat, drawing breath downward where it wants it. Victims often describe this as the most frightening stage yet, not because of visible terror, but because of the realization that the demon has begun to rely on their body, as though it needs them, as though it is shaping them to endure something that comes next. The bed frame crawler does not want to replace the victim's breath. It wants to join it, to share the lungs, to share the heartbeat, to share the space behind the ribs. And once the internal pressure becomes so familiar that the victim can no longer tell which breaths are theirs and which belong to the demon, the next stage begins. The stage where the demon no longer lies beneath them, but rises into them. By the 9th stage, victims no longer speak of the bed frame crawler as something beneath the bed. They stop describing it as a presence under the mattress, or a breath behind the wood, or a pulse through the frame. Instead, their accounts shift in a direction that terrifies even those who have never experienced the demon. They speak of it as something inside them, rising upward from beneath, not through the mattress, but through their own breath, their own heartbeat, their own bones. The transformation begins with the sensation of a second chest inside their chest. Victims try to breathe normally, but the breath feels layered, like there are two expansions happening at once. Their lungs open, but something beneath the lungs opens too. The breath fills them, but it also fills something deeper. The air moves through their body, but it also moves through something waiting below. Most describe the moment with shaking voices or trembling hands. It felt like my body wasn't big enough for both of us. One victim reported waking to find that each inhale triggered a deep, hollow ache behind the sternum, as though space had formed inside his chest that wasn't there before. Another described feeling her lungs stretching downward instead of outward, expanding into a cavity that she had never sensed in her body until that night. Each time she inhaled, the air seemed to travel farther than it should, as though descending into something beneath her true lungs. Then comes the dual breath, the moment when victims feel themselves inhale and feel something else inhale with them, just a fraction of a second out of sync. It is not an echo. It is not mimicry. It is presence. One woman described lying frozen in the dark, trying to calm her breath, when she suddenly felt two distinct inhalations, one shallow and quick, her own, and one deep and slow, the demon's. Both movements occurred within her chest, both pressed against her ribs, both demanded space in her lungs. She whispered, "Stop." And something beneath her whisper answered with a breath that rumbled from inside her throat. But the most disturbing sign of internal ascent is what victims call the upward pull, the sensation that the demon is no longer rising through the mattress, but rising through their spine. It begins as a faint pressure along the lower vertebrae, a warmth that moves upward like a slow tide. Then the warmth gathers behind the lungs, pressing gently, almost soothingly, as if the presence is positioning itself. Finally, the pressure reaches the base of the neck, and victims feel a second pulse there, a beat that is not theirs. One man explained it with horrifying clarity. It climbed into me, not physically, not with hands or limbs. It used my breath as the ladder. As the demon rises, victims begin losing control of subtle bodily functions. Their inhale stutters, their exhale trembles, their heartbeat flutters, skipping beats, then resuming with a rhythm eerily similar to the slow, heavy pulse they once felt through the mattress. Some wake with strange twisting sensations in their chest, as if the lungs are rotating slightly, adjusting to the shape of something coiled within them. Others report a terrifying phenomenon, breath inversion. They inhale and their chest collapses inward. They exhale and their ribs spread open. Doctors claim this is impossible. Survivors know the truth. Their lungs are no longer operating alone. Something inside them pulls when they push, and pushes when they pull. One woman experienced this to such an extent that she began to panic, gasping repeatedly, but every breath she attempted came reversed. She said her body felt possessed, not by a mind, but by a rhythm. And then, there are the sounds. Victims at this stage describe hearing faint, wet shifting inside their chest, like something sliding between tissues, a scraping at the inside of the ribs, a creak behind the sternum, a faint, deep rumble like a growl muffled by bone. Some hear whispers, not in the air, but inside their body. Not words, not language, just breath, passing through a throat that is not theirs, inside a body that is supposed to belong only to them. One man said he woke from a nightmare and heard a voice breathing out through his own mouth, while his lungs were still holding the inhale. The merging is no longer metaphorical at this stage. The demon is no longer aligning or testing. It is rising. Victims describe the final sign in the same way. The moment they felt something inside their chest try to stand. Not fully, not literally, but a pressure lifting up from the center of the body, an upward force pushing their ribs outward. The sensation of something straightening beneath the lungs, bracing itself against the rib cage, as though preparing, stretching, making room. And the victims understand, with a clarity too cold for panic, that the demon has almost fully entered them. The next stage will not be ascent, it will be occupancy. The bed frame crawler is done waiting beneath the bed. It has crossed the frame. It has crossed the mattress. It has crossed the breath. It has crossed the ribs. And now, it waits inside the lungs, inside the heartbeat, inside the spine, for the final descent. By the 10th stage, the bed frame crawler has risen far beyond the boundaries of what the human body was built to endure. It no longer lurks beneath the bed frame. It no longer presses quietly through the mattress. It no longer waits for breath or heartbeat to falter. Those were early tools, early pathways. Now the demon has reached a point no survivor can fully articulate without trembling. It has entered the body. It has found its place, and it begins its descent. This descent is not downward. It is inward, deeper, closer, into places no living being should ever feel occupied. The earliest symptom is positional resistance. Victims try to roll onto their side and feel something inside their chest resist the movement, as though an unseen weight shifts against them. Some describe a sudden tightness beneath one lung. Others feel a hard foreign pressure beneath the sternum, as if the demon has anchored itself somewhere it has no right to be. One woman reported trying to turn over in her sleep, only to feel her ribs lock mid-roll. Like something inside me had braced against the bone. She could not move. She could not breathe deeply. She could only lie there, frozen in half motion, while a slow, steady breath rose from inside her chest that did not belong to her. Another victim described waking with his upper body slightly lifted off the mattress, not because he had sat up, but because something inside him was pushing upward beneath his sternum. He felt his ribs spreading, just a fraction, enough to make a soft cracking sound that echoed through the silence of his dark room. When he exhaled in fear, the pressure beneath his ribs exhaled too, but delayed, heavier, slower. He said, "I wasn't lying on the bed anymore. I was lying on whatever had climbed into me." The second symptom is the one that breaks most survivors: the shared heartbeat. By this stage, the demon's pulse no longer simply echoes the victim's. It begins to overtake it, guide it, control it. Victims describe feeling their heart skip, stutter, lurch, not randomly, not medically, but in perfect response to the demon's internal pulse. One heartbeat inside the chest, one heartbeat beneath it, and then one heartbeat that tries to become one. A man who survived long enough to record his experience described lying awake with his hand on his chest, feeling two separate pulses fighting for dominance. One fast, his; one slow, its. And then, over several minutes that felt like hours, he felt them draw closer, align, merge, until his heart no longer beat in his rhythm, but in the demon's. He wrote, "It was the slowest heartbeat I've ever felt. It felt ancient, heavy, and my heart obeyed it." But the third symptom, the one that marks the beginning of the true final descent, is the internal rise. Victims describe feeling something lift inside their chest, climbing the spine from behind the lungs, pushing its way upward through the thoracic cavity. The movement is subtle at first, just a warmth spreading upward. Then the warmth becomes pressure. The pressure becomes weight. The weight becomes shape. One woman said she felt a shoulder rise beneath her ribs. Another described a limb-like pressure sliding behind her heart. A third, horrified beyond words, said she felt something standing up inside her chest. Not physically, not anatomically, but in presence. She said it was trying to take position. Victims begin to hear their own internal sounds change. Breathing becomes doubled. One breath theirs, one breath the demon's, both moving through the same space. The heartbeat grows distorted, a dull thud followed by a second, deeper thud, until both converge into one heavy, dragging beat. Some report gurgling or wet shifting behind the sternum, as though the demon is adjusting itself inside the cavity, testing how much space it has, testing how much the body will allow, testing whether the victim will break. The worst cases describe a moment where the demon tries to pull itself fully upward, pushing against the ribs, stretching the cartilage, pressing beneath the collarbone. Victims feel their shoulders lift involuntarily, their chest arches, their breath stalls, their pulse slows. And just when they think their ribs will crack, the pressure stops, withdraws, recedes. But only slightly, because the demon is not retreating, It is preparing. The final descent is not the act of climbing into the victim. That is already complete. The final descent is when the bed frame crawler takes its place inside the body and begins to breathe first. Victims at this stage exist in a horrifying balance. Their body still moves, still breathes, still beats, but only as long as the demon allows it. And when it no longer needs to practice, no longer needs to learn, no longer needs to merge, it will force one final inhale, one last deep breath, drawn not for the victim, but for itself. The stage after this, the true end, is when the demon decides that the body is ready to hold the rest of it. By the time the bed frame crawler reaches the 11th stage, the victim's body is no longer a sanctuary, no longer a boundary, no longer a barrier between self and something else. It has become a chamber, a hollowed room, an interior space the demon has slowly carved into its own shape. This is the stage where victims no longer ask what the demon wants. They understand. They feel it. Their body feels it. Because the bed frame crawler did not rise into the chest simply to share breath, nor did it sink the heartbeat to consume life. It entered, aligned, reshaped for one purpose: to make the body inhabitable. The final transformation begins with what survivors describe as the settling. Not a sudden event, not a single moment of terror, but a slow, quiet realization that something inside their chest has stopped moving. Not because it has left, but because it has taken its place. Victims say the pressure becomes steady, constant, anchored. The warmth behind the sternum no longer rises or falls. The second breath no longer echoes. The internal pulse no longer lags. Everything becomes frighteningly synchronized. One victim wrote, "It felt like my body had made room for it, without my permission." Another said, "I didn't feel it climbing anymore. I felt it present." The next sign is the distortion of breath. Not from struggle, not from fear, but from possession. Victims inhale, and the breath is too deep. Not because their lungs expand, but because something inside expands first, pulling the ribs outward, demanding space. They exhale, and the breath shakes with vibrations from beneath the sternum, as though a second chest cavity were exhaling with them, pushing the air out in a rhythm too slow to be human. Survivors call this moment the double breath. One woman described it perfectly. "I felt something inside my chest inhale before I did. Then I inhaled because I had to follow it." The third sign is the distortion of posture. Victims find that their spine no longer rests naturally. The arch becomes deeper. The chest rises too far. The shoulders pull back involuntarily, not because of pain, not because of tension, but because the demon inside the chest is stretching, adjusting, claiming the room it has prepared. A man who lived alone described waking in the night with his back bowed off the mattress, held aloft by the pressure inside him. His ribs ached, not from force, but from expansion. He wrote, "My body was becoming its shape." The final sign, the one every survivor fears most, is the internal ascent. Victims describe it as the moment the demon tries to rise the last few inches inside the chest. The moment it tries to occupy the cavity behind the sternum completely. The moment the victim feels the demon's head, or whatever serves as its upper presence, press upward beneath the collarbones. It is not violent. It is not sudden. It is a slow, inevitable lift. A pressure that pushes the heart aside slightly. A pressure that widens the lungs. A pressure that forces the breath upward. until the victim gasps involuntarily. Many say they hear a faint crackling behind the ribs, soft cartilage bending to accommodate the demon's rise. Some hear a deep groan inside their own chest, a noise the human body should not be able to produce, a noise like something testing the acoustics of its new home. When the demon reaches this final position, the body becomes still. Not calm, not peaceful, still. Breath shallow, heart slow, chest unmoving except when the demon moves first. The victim feels themselves reduced to a passenger inside their own lungs, a shadow behind their own heartbeat, a quiet witness to a presence that now occupies the center of their body. One survivor, one of the few who lived long enough to flee, said the final moments felt like this. There was a point when I couldn't tell if I was alive or if it was keeping me alive to keep using my body. I felt like a room it had finally finished building. But the true horror is not the merging, not the ascent, not the occupancy. The true horror is what happens afterward. Because the demon does not leave. Not when the body screams, not when the breath fails, not when the heartbeat weakens. It stays. Every inhale you take, it inhales first. Every exhale you release, it releases slower. Every beat of your heart, it echoes beneath the sternum, guiding the rhythm, controlling the pace, deciding when the next beat will come. The bed frame crawler becomes the unseen inhabitant of the body, not as a parasite, not as a ghost, but as a resident. And those who live with it long enough discover the final, unspoken truth. It never wanted the bed. It never wanted the night. It never wanted the fear. It wanted a chamber, a cage, a vessel. It wanted a human body that could breathe for both of them. And once it settles inside the ribs, once it finds its place behind the heart, once the body becomes the room it has spent weeks or months shaping, it stays forever, breathing in the dark, beating in the silence, waiting for the next body whose breath will open a door for it to crawl inside. In the end, the bed frame crawler is not a creature of shadows or nightmares, not a monster waiting outside the body. It is a presence that waits for the breath to weaken, for the ribs to soften, for the heart to slow, until the human chest becomes a place it can claim. Most horrors come from outside. Most nightmares fade when you open your eyes. Most fears can be escaped by leaving the room. But not this one. Not the one that rises through the mattress. Not the one that learns your breath. Not the one that waits behind your ribs. Because once the bed frame crawler finds the rhythm of your sleeping body, once it begins to inhale before you do, once its pulse begins to whisper beneath your heart, it never leaves. Not when the light returns, not when morning breaks, not even when you run. It stays, it settles, it waits. And every night you lie down, every time your chest loosens, every moment your lungs open just a little too wide, it climbs a little closer to where it has always wanted to be, inside your breathing. I want to tell you something before we begin. Something personal. Something I have not told many people, and something I would not be telling you now, except that what happened to me is the reason this narration exists. The reason I spent weeks researching what I am about to share with you, and the reason that as I sit here recording this, there are 2 lights on in this room. Not 1, 2. 1 overhead, the way it has always been, and 1 in the corner. A small lamp I bought specifically for this purpose, specifically for that corner, because something changed in the way I relate to corners after what happened. And I find that I cannot be in a room where any corner is in darkness anymore. Not since that night. I won't tell you the exact date. It doesn't matter, and honestly, I'm not entirely sure I remember it correctly anyway. Time does something strange when you're trying to recall an experience that your brain spent the first several days afterward attempting to quietly file away under things that did not happen. What I remember is this. I had been working late, researching, writing, spending long hours in the particular kind of focused silence that settles over a room when everyone else in the world seems to have gone to sleep and you are still awake, still at your desk, still moving through documents and accounts and the recorded experiences of people who had seen things in the dark that they could not explain. There is an irony there that is not lost on me. I went to bed around 2 in the morning. I remember being tired in the specific way you were tired after long mental work. That heaviness behind the eyes, that looseness in the thinking. I turned off the light, and I was asleep, I believe, within minutes. I woke sometime later, I don't know exactly when. The room was dark and I was on my back, which is not how I usually sleep. And I was awake with that particular immediate quality of wakefulness that feels less like surfacing from sleep and more like being switched on. No transition, no grogginess, just awake, fully and completely awake, in the way you are awake when something has made you awake. I lay there for a moment, orienting myself, the ceiling above me, the familiar geometry of the room around me, the darkness that was the ordinary darkness of a room at night with the curtains drawn. And then I became aware of something to my left. Not a sound, not a movement, not anything I could point to and name as a specific sensory input, just an awareness. The way you sometimes become aware, without looking, that someone has entered a room you are in. That displacement of attention, that subtle reorientation of every nerve in your body toward a specific point in space. I did not turn to look. I want to be honest about that. I did not turn to look. And I have spent a great deal of time since then examining why. Whether it was fear, which is the obvious answer and probably part of it, or whether it was something else, something more instinctive. Some very old, very quiet part of the brain that understood, without being told, that turning to look was not something I should do. I lay still. I lay still for what felt like a very long time, though it was probably no more than a few minutes, and the awareness did not go away. It sat there at the left edge of my perception, steady and patient and utterly still, the way something sits when it has been sitting for a long time and has no intention of moving. And then I turned on the light, and the room was empty. Of course the room was empty, but I want to tell you something about that emptiness, because it was not the emptiness I expected. It was not the ordinary, reassuring emptiness of a room at night that turns out to contain nothing unusual. It was an emptiness with a quality to it, a texture, the way a room feels when someone has just left it, that particular atmospheric residue of recent presence. The room was empty, but something had just been in it. I am as certain of that as I am of anything. I did not sleep again that night. I sat up with the light on and I thought about what I had been researching, about all the accounts I had read, about all the people who had described waking in the dark to find something near them, something patient and still and watching. And I thought about the fact that I had spent weeks immersed in those accounts, reading them carefully, absorbing their details. And I thought about something that one researcher had written in a document I will tell you about later in this narration. A document that was never published and probably never will be. She wrote, "The act of sustained attention to this subject is not neutral. It is not like researching weather patterns or economic trends or any other phenomenon that remains indifferent to being studied. This subject has a quality that other subjects do not have. It notices being noticed." I read that sentence 3 weeks before that night. I have thought about it every night since. I am going to tell you about what watches, not the demon that presses, not the shadow that stands in doorways, not the figure that sits on chests and steals breath in the old way, the dramatic way, the way that at least announces itself with weight and pressure and the undeniable physicality of something that wants you to know it is there. What I am going to tell you about is quieter than that, more patient, more interested in you specifically, in the particular geography of your sleeping face, the exact rhythm of your breathing when you are deepest under, the undefended openness of a person who believes they are alone. It has been watching people sleep for longer than any of our oldest stories can reach. It has been standing in bedrooms and sitting on the edges of beds and crouching in corners with its hair falling forward over its face. Watching. Always watching. And it has been doing this, as best as anyone has been able to determine, in absolute silence, with absolute patience, waiting for something. And some of the people who have survived the experience of knowing it was there, some of them, the ones who think about it most carefully, in the quiet hours when the lights are on and the corners are visible and the night feels temporarily manageable, some of them think they know what it is waiting for. They think it is waiting for you to hear something, something that sounds familiar, something that sounds like a voice you know. And they will tell you, with an urgency that has nothing performative about it, with the specific, quiet urgency of people who have learned something the hard way and cannot unknow it. They will tell you, whatever you hear, whatever voice calls your name in the dark, do not answer. Her name was Caroline Reeves. She was 34 years old, a graphic designer, living alone in a top-floor apartment in Manchester, England. The kind of apartment that has skylights instead of regular windows. The kind where rain sounds different at night, closer and more intimate, as if the sky has lowered itself specifically to be near you. She was, by every account of everyone who knew her, a grounded person. That word comes up repeatedly when people describe those who encounter what we are talking about tonight. Grounded, practical, not given to fantasy or exaggeration or the particular kind of imaginative overreach that skeptics reach for when they need an explanation that doesn't disturb them. Caroline Reeves was grounded. She had been grounded her whole life, right up until the Tuesday night in October when she woke at 3:10 in the morning and found something standing beside her bed. She had been going through a difficult period. This is relevant, and we will return to why it is relevant later in this narration, when we talk about the patterns that researchers have identified in those who are visited, the common threads that run through case after case after case like a dark stitch through pale fabric. Caroline had ended a relationship of 4 years, 3 months before that October. Not dramatically, not with violence or betrayal or any of the clean narrative ruptures that at least give grief a shape to push against. It had ended quietly, the way certain things end, with two people sitting across from each other at a kitchen table and understanding simultaneously that something had been over for a long time and that they had simply been too tired or too hopeful or too afraid of the particular silence that follows an ending to acknowledge it. She had moved into the Manchester apartment 6 weeks after. She was sleeping badly. Not dramatically badly. Not the insomnia of crisis, not lying awake for hours with a racing mind, just the fractured, unsatisfying sleep of someone whose nervous system has been quietly recalibrated by loss. Waking at odd hours, lying in the half-dark for 20 minutes before drifting back under, waking again, feeling less rested than when she had closed her eyes. She had mentioned this to a friend 2 weeks before that October night, had described it as feeling like her sleep had developed a hole in it, something leaking out that should have stayed in. Her friend had suggested chamomile tea. Caroline had laughed. She would not laugh about her sleep again for a very long time. She woke at 3:10 with no transition. That abruptness again, that quality of being switched on rather than surfacing, which she noted specifically when she described the experience later, because she had read somewhere in the weeks of research she conducted afterward that this sudden, complete wakefulness is one of the consistent features, one of the small details that appears in account after account across cultures and centuries, too specific to be coincidence, too consistent to be the ordinary variation of human sleep. Something wakes you, not gradually, all at once, as if something has decided it is time for you to be awake. The room was dark. The skylight above her showed a rectangle of deep gray city sky, the particular non-darkness of a cloudy night in a city that never fully extinguishes its lights. Enough to see by, barely. Enough to make out the shapes of furniture, the pale rectangle of the door, the darker mass of the wardrobe against the far wall. She lay still for a moment, orienting herself the way you do when you wake in the small hours, assembling the room around you piece by piece, reassuring yourself of its ordinariness. And then she saw it. Standing at the left side of her bed, between the bed and the wall in the narrow corridor of space that she used to reach the window. Standing in that space, occupying it completely, leaving no room to pass. Standing and facing her. She would spend considerable time in the weeks that followed trying to describe what she saw, trying to find language adequate to something that resisted language the way water resists being held in open hands. It was a woman, or the shape of a woman, or something that had decided, for reasons she could not begin to guess at, to arrange itself in the approximate form of a woman. Tall, or seeming tall in the confined space beside the bed, dressed in something dark that had no clear edge, no definite boundary between fabric and the surrounding dark, so that the figure seemed to bleed slightly into the air around it. And the hair, long, extraordinarily long, falling forward over the face and down past the shoulders and continuing, impossibly, further than hair should fall, pooling at the floor in a way that Caroline's mind kept sliding off, kept refusing to fully process because the quantity of it was wrong, was more than a body should carry, as if the hair itself was the primary fact of the thing and the body beneath it merely incidental. The face was not visible. The hair covered it completely, and yet, and this is the part that Caroline returned to again and again in every retelling, with a persistence that suggested she was still trying years later to understand it. And yet she had the absolute, unshakable certainty that she was being looked at. That behind that curtain of hair something was watching her with an attention so focused, so complete, so utterly concentrated on her specifically, that she could feel it the way you feel direct sunlight on skin. A physical thing. A pressure. She was being studied. Every detail of her. The position of her body under the covers. The pattern of her breathing. The exact arrangement of her sleeping face, now awake and staring back. Being memorized. She did not scream. She would wonder about that later, would turn it over in her mind with the particular bewilderment of someone trying to understand their own behavior in a moment that bypassed the ordinary channels of decision-making entirely. She did not scream because something in her understood with a certainty that had no rational basis and needed none, that screaming would change something, that the figure's current stillness, its current posture of pure, passive observation, was a condition rather than a given, that it could be altered, that certain actions on her part would alter it, and that she did not want to find out what it looked like when it moved. So she lay still. She lay still and she looked at the ceiling, and she was careful not to look directly at the space beside the bed. Careful the way you are careful around something you have been told is sensitive to sudden movement. And she breathed. Slowly, deliberately, each breath a small act of will. And the figure stood and watched. For 11 minutes by the clock on her phone, which she could see without turning her head, which she checked repeatedly in the way of someone who needs to believe that time is still moving normally even when nothing else is. 11 minutes of absolute stillness. 2 people in a small dark room. One of them barely breathing. One of them not breathing at all. And then it was gone. Not dramatically, not with movement she could track or a sound she could identify. Gone the way a thought is gone when something interrupts it, between one moment and the next. Present and then simply not present. The space beside the bed empty in the way it should always have been empty, in the ordinary, unremarkable way of a narrow corridor between a bed and a wall in a top-floor apartment in Manchester at 3 a.m. Gone. But the room did not feel empty. The room felt the way Caroline imagined a stage feels after the performance has ended and the audience has left and the lights have been turned off. Technically vacant, but carrying something of what had happened in it. A residue, an atmospheric memory. She turned on every light in the apartment. She sat on the kitchen floor, her back against the cabinet, her knees drawn up, a cup of tea going cold beside her. And at some point before dawn, she became aware of something she had not noticed in the immediate shock of the experience. Something she had heard, or almost heard. At some point during those 11 minutes, in the silence of the dark room, there had been something at the very edge of audibility. Not quite a sound, not quite a voice. Something between the two. Like a word spoken so softly in another room that you catch only the shape of it, the rhythm, but not the meaning. Except, she thought it had her name in it. She was not certain. She was almost certain. She did not know that first night what it would have meant to answer. She would find out. Later, in ways she had not anticipated and could not have prepared for. Caroline Reeves moved out of the Manchester apartment 11 days after that October night. She moved into a house share with 3 other people. Specifically, she told the letting agent, she wanted a house with other people in it. She did not want to be alone in a building at night. The letting agent noted, in the way of someone making conversation, that the top-floor apartment had seemed so nice. Had she not liked it? Caroline thought about how to answer that for a moment. Then she said, the apartment was fine. It was the space beside the bed she couldn't live with anymore. The letting agent did not know what to say to that. Neither did Caroline, really. She was still working it out.
Before Caroline, before any of the cases we will discuss tonight, before the forums and the sleep studies and the psychiatric evaluations and the equipment that recorded things it should not have been able to record, before all of that, she was already here.
This is the part that takes a moment to absorb. Not the individual cases. Those are frightening in the specific, contained way that individual things are frightening. A room, a person, a night, an experience that begins and ends and can be filed away however imperfectly in the mind of the person who lived through it. What takes a moment to absorb is the scale, the sheer, accumulated weight of how long this has been happening. How many bedrooms? How many sleeping faces? How many people who woke in the small hours to find something standing in the space beside them, watching with that terrible, focused patience, and then spent the rest of their lives trying to find language for what they had seen, reaching into the vocabulary available to them, the mythology and the folklore and the religious frameworks of wherever and whenever they happened to have been born, and coming up, again and again, with variations of the same description. A figure, a woman, hair that falls forward to cover the face, watching, always watching, always silent, always still. In Japan, she is known, in certain very old texts, not by the name that popular culture has borrowed and simplified and made into something almost decorative, but by an older name, a name that translates with unsettling precision as "she who learns your face while you sleep." The distinction matters. The popular conception focuses on the horror of the appearance, the long hair, the pale skin, the wrongness of the movement. But the older texts are more precise and therefore more disturbing. They are not describing something that simply looks frightening. They are describing something with a purpose, something that comes not to harm, not to haunt in the conventional sense, but to study, to accumulate knowledge of a specific individual, the particular geography of a sleeping face, the exact sound of breathing in deepest unconsciousness, the unguarded expressions that cross a face when the person wearing it believes they are entirely alone and entirely unwatched. The old texts describe her as patient in a way that has no human equivalent. Patient the way erosion is patient, the way the slow accumulation of sediment at the bottom of a deep lake is patient. Not waiting for something to happen, but simply continuing indefinitely with the quiet certainty that time is not a constraint that applies to her. She has been learning faces since before the oldest of those texts was written. She will be learning faces long after the last of them has turned to dust. In the Philippines, in the folklore of the rural provinces, there is a figure known to the old people, not discussed openly, not the kind of thing that gets written down in the collections that academics compile, but passed quietly, in the way of things that are considered genuinely dangerous to speak of too loudly. She is described as tall, always taller than she should be for the space she occupies, as if the rooms she enters resize themselves slightly around her, become marginally larger and more accommodating of her presence. She comes, the old people say, to those who are carrying something, not the sick, not the dying. Those are the province of other things, other presences with other appetites. She comes to those who are in the particular kind of pain that has no physical location, grief that has not yet found its shape, loss that has not yet been named, love that has nowhere left to go. She can smell it, one elderly woman in a small town in the province of Batangas told her granddaughter, in a conversation the granddaughter recorded on her phone without her grandmother's knowledge. a recording that circulated quietly online for several years before disappearing. She can smell the open wound of it, the old woman said, the way certain animals can smell blood from a great distance. And she follows that smell through walls, through locked doors, through all the ordinary barriers we construct between ourselves and the things that move through the dark. She follows it to the bedside, and she stands there, and she watches, and she waits for the moment when the sleeper, in the depths of their pain, calls out for someone, a name, a word, any sound shaped by longing. Because that, the old woman said, is the door. That is the thing that opens it. The granddaughter asked what happens when the door opens. The old woman was quiet for a long time. Then she said, she comes inside. Not into the room, into the person. In the Nordic countries, in the older layers of folklore that predate the sanitized versions that eventually made their way into academic collections, there is a figure that has been largely collapsed by historians and folklorists into the more familiar concept of the night hag, the mare, the creature that sits on chests and produces nightmares. But there are accounts, scattered and fragmentary, that describe something different. Something that does not sit on the chest, something that simply stands, or sits, if there is somewhere to sit, on the edge of the bed sometimes, or on a chair if the room has a chair positioned close enough, with a posture that witnesses, in the rare cases where someone other than the sleeper was present to observe, described as the posture of someone deeply absorbed in something. The way you sit when you are reading something that holds your complete attention. Except there is nothing to read. There is only the sleeping face. In one account, preserved in a private collection in Oslo and translated by a researcher who requested to remain unnamed, a farmer's wife described waking to find her husband sitting bolt upright in bed, staring at the corner of the room. And in the corner, she saw, briefly, before it was gone, a shape. She could not describe it in detail because it was gone so quickly and the room was dark, but she described one thing with complete certainty. The hair, long enough to reach the floor. Moving slightly, she said, as if in a breeze. But the window was closed, and there was no breeze. She told her husband what she had seen. He said he had been dreaming of his dead mother. He said it had felt like the most real dream of his life. He said he could still hear her voice, fading at the edges of his memory, calling his name. He said he had almost answered. His wife held his hand for a long time after that. Neither of them slept again that night. In Morocco, in the Atlas mountain communities that have maintained certain very old belief systems alongside their more formal religious practices, there is a figure spoken of in the context of sleep and dreams that does not appear in any of the standard ethnographic literature. A researcher named Dr. Fatima Benali, a cultural anthropologist based in Rabat, spent 3 years conducting fieldwork in these communities in the early 2000s. Her published work focused on other aspects of local tradition entirely. But in her private notes, which her daughter shared with a small academic journal following her mother's death in 2019, there are references to something she encountered repeatedly in interviews, but never felt able to include in her formal work. A figure the older women in these communities called, in loose translation, the one who sits with your sorrows, Dr. Benali wrote. The description is consistent across interview subjects who have had no contact with each other and in some cases live in communities separated by significant geographic distance. The figure is always female. The hair is always described as covering the face. The behavior is always the same: observation, stillness, silence, with one variation that appears in approximately a third of accounts: a sound, described variously as a whisper, a murmur, or the suggestion of a familiar voice, heard at the boundary of sleep and waking. She wrote, "I have noted, with some discomfort, that the interview subjects who describe this sound share a specific characteristic. They all report that the sound used their name, not a generic. Long time before answering, she said, "Because my mother has been dead for 20 years, and whatever was using her voice was not my mother." Dr. Benali added one final note at the bottom of that page, written in a different ink, as if added later. "I conducted this interview in the woman's home in the late afternoon, with good light and 2 other people present. Survived in the margins of the dominant culture, the way plants survive in the cracks of stone walls, stubborn, persistent, indifferent to the attempts of centuries to eradicate them. There is a figure that the old people call, in the local dialect, la que no parpadea, the one who does not blink. The name alone should tell you something. The name alone should settle in the back of your mind and stay there. Because think about what that means. To watch without blinking. To stand in the dark beside a sleeping person and maintain that unbroken, unblinking attention for however long the night requires. That is not the behavior of something with human biology. That is not the behavior of something that experiences the world the way we experience it. That is the behavior of something for which the act of watching is not an activity, but a state of being. Something that does not watch as we watch, with effort and attention that must be renewed. Something that simply is watching. The way a stone simply is where it is. The way the dark simply is dark. The old people in these communities know the signs of her presence. They have been cataloged informally over generations, the way useful knowledge gets cataloged in communities that understand that certain things are worth remembering. The signs are these. A sudden drop in temperature in a specific part of a room, not the whole room. A localized cold, the size and shape of a standing figure. A particular quality of silence that the old people describe as the silence of something that is not breathing. And in some cases, not always, but in enough cases that it appears consistently in the accounts, a faint smell. Something floral and wrong. Flowers that have been in a vase too long. The sweetness of something in the process of slow decay. One woman, a curandera in her 70s named Esperanza, who agreed to speak to a researcher on the condition that her surname not be recorded, said this. "She comes to the sad ones. Always to the sad ones. She has a nose for sadness the way a wolf has a nose for the wounded in a herd. She can find it anywhere, through walls, through distance, through all the things we put between ourselves and the dark." She paused. Then she said, "I have seen her 3 times in my life. Once when my husband left. Once when my son was sick and we did not know if he would recover. Once last year, after my oldest friend died." She looked at her hands. Each time she came, she only watched. She did not touch me. She did not speak. She only watched. The researcher asked if Esperanza had heard anything, any sound, any voice. A long silence. The curandera looked out the window. Then she said, very quietly, "The 3rd time, last year, after my friend died, I heard my friend's voice. Just once. Just my name, just that. I did not answer. I knew enough not to answer. But I want to tell you something." She turned back from the window. "I wanted to. God help me, I wanted to answer. Because it sounded exactly like her. exactly. And I had not heard that voice in 6 months. And I missed it so much. She stopped there. The researcher noted that she did not speak again for several minutes, and that for those several minutes the room felt, for reasons the researcher could not explain and made no attempt to in her written account, significantly colder than it had felt before. There is a particular kind of courage required to be a scientist who follows the evidence wherever it leads. Most scientists never need that particular kind of courage. Most scientists work in areas where the evidence leads to conclusions that are uncomfortable, perhaps, or inconvenient, or politically complex, but not to conclusions that make it difficult to sleep. Not to conclusions that make you check the corners of hotel rooms when you travel for conferences. Not to conclusions that make you request, as one researcher we will discuss tonight requested, that your university office be relocated away from the building's northeast corner. The request was denied. He resigned 3 months later. But we will get to that. The formal scientific study of what happens to people in the dark, specifically what people report experiencing in the hypnagogic and hypnopompic states, those threshold regions between sleep and waking where the ordinary rules of perception become negotiable, has a history that is longer and stranger than most people realize. It is not a fringe pursuit. It has attracted serious people with serious credentials and serious institutional backing. And it has, with a consistency that the serious people find difficult to discuss in public, produced results that the existing frameworks are not equipped to contain. In 2009, a research team at a sleep laboratory associated with a university in Edinburgh, Scotland, undertook what was, at the time, the most comprehensive study of sleep paralysis experiences ever conducted. The lead researcher was a neurologist named Dr. Andrew Calloway, 43 years old, 17 years in sleep research, the author of more than 60 peer-reviewed papers, a man described by colleagues as methodical to the point of being almost mechanical in his approach to data. He did not believe in the supernatural. He believed in measurable phenomena and reproducible results, and the slow, careful accumulation of evidence that either supports a hypothesis or requires it to be revised. He believed in this with the quiet, settled confidence of someone who has never had reason to believe otherwise. The study ran for 2 years. It involved 411 participants from across the United Kingdom, individuals who had reported recurring sleep paralysis experiences, recruited through general practitioners and sleep clinics, and, cautiously, through online forums where such experiences were discussed. Each participant underwent a standardized assessment protocol: sleep studies, psychological evaluation, neurological screening, and was asked to provide detailed written accounts of their experiences, using a structured questionnaire designed to capture specific elements without leading the respondent toward any particular description. The questionnaire did not use the word demon. It did not use the word presence. It did not use the word watching. It asked open questions and recorded open answers, and left the interpretation to the researchers. The neurological findings were, as Dr. Calloway had expected, consistent with existing models of sleep paralysis. Remitonia persisting into wakefulness, the motor cortex temporarily disconnected from the body's musculature while consciousness reassembled itself. A well-documented, well-understood phenomenon with clear neurological mechanisms. Textbook, he noted in his preliminary report. Entirely consistent with current understanding. The psychological findings were similarly unremarkable in aggregate. Elevated anxiety scores across the participant group, some evidence of increased stress load in the months preceding the onset of experiences, a modest correlation with disrupted sleep schedules. Nothing that couldn't be explained. Nothing that required the existing framework to flex even slightly. And then they analyzed the qualitative data, the written accounts. 411 people. No contact with each other, no shared template, no leading questions, no suggested vocabulary. 411 people describing in their own words what they had experienced. Dr. Calloway's research assistant, a postgraduate student named Helen Marsh, was the first to read through the complete data set. She brought it to Dr. Calloway on a Thursday afternoon in the second year of the study. She set the printed analysis on his desk, and she stood back and she said, very carefully, "I think you need to read the figures on phenomenological consistency before you read anything else." He read them. He read them twice. Then he looked up at her and said, "This can't be right." She said, "I've checked it 4 times. Across 411 participants, in accounts ranging from a single paragraph to 14 pages, with no shared framework and no prompted vocabulary. 83% described a perceived presence in the room. Of those, 71% located that presence in a specific position, not randomly distributed around the room, not vague and directionless, but specifically, consistently, located in the area behind or to the side of the head, the area outside the range of movement that paralysis allows. 64% described the presence as female. Of those, 58% mentioned hair, long hair, falling forward, covering the face. Dr. Calloway sat with those numbers for a long time. Then he did what scientists do when the data produces results they cannot immediately explain. He looked for the confounding variables. He looked for the shared cultural exposure that might explain the consistency, the horror films, the folklore, the internet imagery that might have seeded a common visual vocabulary across the participant group. He looked carefully, and he found some of it. There was cultural exposure. There was shared imagery. There was the inevitable contamination that comes from living in a world where certain images circulate freely. But not enough. Not nearly enough to account for the consistency in participants who had no exposure to the specific imagery. Elderly participants. Participants from cultural backgrounds where the relevant folklore did not exist. Participants who had deliberately avoided any research into their experiences because they were afraid of what they might find. The consistency remained, stubborn and unexplained, like a stain that won't lift no matter how many times you go over it. He might have left it there, filed it under unexplained variants, noted it as a limitation of the study, moved on. Many researchers had done exactly that with similar findings. Many researchers had looked at the consistency and decided, quietly and without fanfare, that some questions were better left at the edge of the map rather than followed to wherever they led. Dr. Calloway was more stubborn than most, or perhaps more foolish. He would describe himself later as simply more curious. He requested funding for a second phase of the study, a phase that would involve direct observation, not just questionnaires and sleep studies, but instrumented rooms, sensor arrays, the full apparatus of modern environmental monitoring. Temperature, electromagnetic field, barometric pressure, infrasound, air ionization. Every measurable parameter of the environment in which these experiences occurred. He wanted to know if anything was happening in the room, anything at all, anything the instruments could detect. He got his funding. He wished, later, with a feeling that was more complex than simple regret, that he hadn't. The instrumented study ran for 8 months, 30 participants, selected from the original 411 based on the frequency and consistency of their experiences. people for whom this was not an occasional anomaly, but a regular feature of their nights. Each participant slept in a monitored room for a minimum of 5 nights. The sensor arrays recorded continuously. Temperature sensors accurate to 1/10 of a degree. Electromagnetic field monitors sensitive enough to detect the field generated by a human heartbeat at close range. Infrasound detectors calibrated to pick up frequencies below the threshold of human hearing, in the range that has been associated in other research with feelings of unease and the perception of presence. Air ionization monitors, barometric sensors, high-definition cameras, infrared capable, running throughout the night. Everything that could be measured was being measured. Dr. Calloway was thorough. He was going to prove, one way or another, that what these people were experiencing had a physical explanation, or it didn't. He was going to follow the evidence. In 6 of the 30 cases, nothing anomalous was recorded. The participants reported experiences, the presence, the stillness, the watching, and the instruments recorded nothing unusual. Stable temperature, normal electromagnetic fields, no infrasound, no ionization anomalies. Dr. Calloway noted this carefully. Consistent with the neurological model, he wrote, subjective experience of presence without corresponding environmental stimulus. In 7 cases, the participants did not experience any episodes during the monitored nights, which he also noted carefully, and which he did not find particularly surprising. The laboratory environment, the awareness of being monitored, the disruption of normal sleep routine, these were all potential inhibitors. That left 17 cases. 17 cases in which the participants reported experiences and in which the instruments recorded something.
The temperature data came first.
In 14 of the 17 cases, temperature sensors recorded a localized drop in ambient temperature during the period in which the participant reported an experience. Not a drop in overall room temperature, localized, in an area consistent with a standing figure between 1 and 3 degrees Celsius. Not dramatic, not the kind of drop you would feel walking into a cold storage facility, but precise, measurable, and reproducible in some participants across multiple nights. Dr. Calloway spent a great deal of time looking for explanations. HVAC irregularities, drafts from poorly sealed windows or doors, the thermal behavior of the room's materials under specific conditions. He found some explanations for some cases, not all of them. In 3 cases, the temperature drop occurred in a room with no HVAC vents near the relevant area, sealed windows, and thermal imaging that showed no drafts or air movement of any kind. The temperature simply dropped in a specific area at a specific time, and then returned to baseline. He noted this. He moved on to the electromagnetic data. What the electromagnetic sensors recorded in 9 of the 17 cases was, in Dr. Calloway's own words, written in his private research journal rather than his official report, not something I can explain to my own satisfaction. The sensors detected field fluctuations, not the steady, predictable fields generated by the room's electrical infrastructure, not the fields generated by the participants themselves, which the sensors were calibrated to recognize and filter. Something else. Fluctuations that did not correspond to any known source, that appeared, persisted for periods ranging from 3 to 22 minutes, and then ceased. The pattern of the fluctuations was, in 3 cases, rhythmic, regular, with a periodicity that one of Dr. Calloway's colleagues, shown the data without context, described as almost like a pulse, almost like something breathing. Dr. Calloway noted in his private journal that he had shown this data to a physicist colleague on the condition of anonymity, and that the physicist had looked at it for a long time before saying, "I can tell you what it looks like. I cannot tell you what it is." What it looks like is a field generated by a biological entity. But there's nothing in that room. Dr. Calloway thanked him and left, and sat in his car in the university parking lot for 20 minutes before he felt ready to drive. The infrasound data was perhaps the most difficult to look at directly. Infrasound. Frequencies below 20 hertz, below the threshold of human hearing, has been studied in relation to the perception of presence for decades. Certain frequencies in this range have been shown to 18 hertz range during the period of the reported experience. Consistent, a colleague suggested, with a vibrational source of some kind in or near the room. Except there was no vibrational source. The building's mechanical systems had been mapped and accounted for. There were no trains nearby, no industrial equipment, no construction activity during the recording periods. The infrasound appeared from no identifiable source, and it appeared in a pattern that corresponded with a consistency that Dr. Calloway found deeply uncomfortable to the periods in which the participants were most distressed, as if the frequency was not causing the distress but responding to it, tracking it, following it the way a temperature sensor follows heat. He noted this in his private journal with a single sentence: "I do not know what to do with this." The camera footage showed nothing. This was the finding that Dr. Calloway had expected to be the most straightforwardly reassuring. The cameras showed the room, the participant, the normal behavior of a person sleeping and then waking and then experiencing whatever they experienced, and nothing else. No figure, no shape in the area where the temperature dropped and the electromagnetic field fluctuated and the infrasound resonated. Nothing. And yet, in 11 of the 17 cases, reviewing the footage frame by frame in the days after recording, Dr. Calloway and his team noted something in the camera data that had no straightforward explanation: a quality of the image. In the area corresponding to the anomalous sensor readings, a quality that the team's imaging specialist described with visible reluctance as similar to what you get when there's a heat source distorting the air above it. That slight shimmer, that barely perceptible warping of the image. Except the temperature in that area was dropping, not rising. The imaging specialist looked at the footage for a long time. Then she said, "I would call this a lens artifact, except it appears in footage from 3 different cameras with 3 different lenses all recording simultaneously." She paused. "I don't know what to call it." Dr. Calloway published his study in 2013. The neurological findings, the psychological data, the qualitative analysis of the phenomenological consistency. He did not publish the sensor data. He included a brief note in the published paper's limitations section, citing equipment irregularities and the need for further calibration studies before the environmental data could be considered reliable. Equipment irregularities. That was the phrase he chose. In his private journal, written the night before he submitted the paper, he wrote something different. He wrote, "I am not publishing the sensor data because I do not know how to publish it responsibly. I do not know how to present findings that I cannot explain without either overstating their significance or dismissing them in a way that is not honest. I have been in this field for 20 years. I have never encountered data I could not find a framework for. I have never sat with a set of results and felt, as I feel now, that the results are pointing at something that my entire professional training has not equipped me to look at directly." He paused in the journal entry. The handwriting changes slightly, becomes less neat, as if written more quickly. "I will say this, and then I will close this journal and I will not open it again. I reviewed the footage from room 7 last night, the night of the 14th, when the participant reported the most intense experience of the entire study. I have reviewed it many times. I have shown it to colleagues without context and asked them to describe what they see. They all describe the same thing. In the area to the left of the bed, between the bed and the wall, in the area where the temperature dropped 2.3 degrees and the electromagnetic sensors recorded their most significant fluctuation of the entire study, in that area, the image does something. For 4 minutes and 17 seconds. It does something that none of us can explain. And I have decided that I am going to spend the rest of my career not thinking about what it might mean. I hope I am able to keep that decision. The journal was found among Dr. Calloway's personal effects by his wife following his retirement from the university in 2016. He retired at 50 years old, citing health reasons. His wife, in a brief conversation with a researcher who contacted her in 2021, said only that Andrew was well, that he had adjusted to retirement, that he kept himself busy. She was asked if his work had affected him. A long pause. She said, "He moved his side of the bed." The researcher asked what she meant. "He moved his side of the bed," she said again. He switched sides. After 30 years of sleeping on the left, he switched to the right. He won't explain why. He just says he prefers it. Another pause. "I know why," she said quietly. "The left side is closer to the corner." She did not elaborate. She ended the conversation there. Dr. Calloway is not the only researcher to have arrived at the edge of this subject and chosen carefully and deliberately to step back. A team at a university in Sao Paulo, Brazil, conducting a smaller but methodologically similar study in 2016, recorded temperature anomalies in 8 of their 12 monitored cases. They published nothing. The lead researcher, when contacted by email, responded once, briefly. "We found things we could not explain, and we made a collective decision not to pursue them further." I understand that may seem like a failure of scientific courage. I prefer to think of it as an appropriate recognition of our limitations. She did not respond to follow-up emails. A researcher in South Korea, working independently, posted a thread on an academic forum in 2018 describing electromagnetic anomalies consistent with Dr. Calloway's unpublished findings. The thread was deleted within 48 hours. The researcher, when asked about the deletion, said only that he had decided the post was premature. He said this without elaborating. He said it in the specific way of someone who has decided that elaboration is not in their interest. There is a pattern here, not the pattern of fraud or incompetence or the ordinary failures of scientific inquiry. The pattern of people who have looked at something carefully and thoroughly and with all the tools available to them and found something they were not equipped to name and made the quiet, private, entirely rational decision to look away. Because some questions, once asked with sufficient rigor, become impossible to unask. Because some data, once collected and examined, changes the way a room feels at night. Because there is a difference between studying something from a safe distance and realizing too late, in the particular silence of a monitored room at 3 a.m, reviewing footage that shows a heat shimmer where there is no heat source, that the distance was never as safe as you thought, that the thing you were studying was aware of being studied, and had been, perhaps, the whole time. Patient, watching, learning your face the way it has been learning faces since before the oldest of our stories, since before we had words for what it is, since before we had lights to turn on against the dark. which is, as any of the researchers we have discussed tonight could tell you, if they were willing to tell you anything at all, not as reassuring a thought as it might seem. Because the lights, as it turns out, do not bother it in the slightest.